Good morning, traders. Anthony Crudele here, and welcome to NinjaTrader Live. It is PPI morning, and joining me in studio is our senior economist, Tracy Shuchart. Good morning, Shai.
Good morning, all.
And macro strategist, Craig Shapiro. Good morning, Craig.
Good morning.
So let's do a quick market rundown. Not a ton of news overnight. Today, all the news is ahead of us. Right now we have S&P up 21 bucks, NASDAQ up 72. Fun fact, Craig, Oracle, I thought was in the NASDAQ. It's not.
Correct. Moved out of the NASDAQ in 2013. Even though it's kept its 4-digit symbol, it is a New York Stock Exchange stock. It is not in Qs, not in NASDAQ, and it's about 1% of the S&P.
Fake news, right? I mean, look, I almost put that on my note this morning. NASDAQ's up because of Oracle, but Craig saved me. So RTY is down. Talked about that. My core holding average position's around 23.75. I'll continue to watch it. It's, when I put swing positions on, I've got decently wide stops. 2,300 is my risk. I'm still looking for 24.50 and higher, but 23.26 is an area I'll watch closely. Again, yesterday, Craig, you and I'll get to this more when we get to talking with you later. Watching that QQQ versus IWM, pretty interesting. That was been trending so much. And we're kind of at the bottom of that trend, so we'll discuss that, like that comparison, because you're seeing the rotations again. We haven't had clean indexes, non-divergence in a while. Russell or Dow is either strong or weak versus NASDAQ and S&P. It is what it is. Dow is also down this morning, down 76. Natural gas pulled back just a touch today, down 1 3/4%, down 54 ticks. Heating oil up 33 ticks. Crude oil's up 61 ticks.
Palladium and platinum are ripping.
Yeah, and we're going to get to those next, right? We go to the metals next. Yeah, gold is up $6 coming into PPI. Gold remains strong. We'll see how that holds. Copper pretty flat today. Silver up 0.75%, up 29 ticks. Platinum is up 30 ticks. As Shai said, palladium is as well. I don't have palladium up on my charts. Bond market comes in a little bit soft across the curve today. Again, a little bit of mean reversion, not surprising coming into a CPI data. You had the move lower, right? Got people short, squeeze longs out. Then you had the move higher. It squeezes them out, the opposite side, right? And so here we are, PPI. Again, we'll be previewing that all morning. We'll see what that brings. Dollar's pretty much completely flat against all currencies. No one putting any sort of serious money into a currency position leading into an inflation data print, which I don't disagree. Crypto remains just kind of stuck here. Bitcoin sitting just below 113,000 at 112,795, and Ethereum's at 43.47. So again, we're in the middle of rollover week now. Indexes will be rolling. We've got PPI today, CPI tomorrow. Markets are really coming off of yesterday, Brett Johnson's interview. I think that the markets have priced in so much of this good news. I think he opened my eyes. So that's why I love having these guests, and I love talking to you guys every morning. Kind of get me thinking about I like thinking about a theme for the market, and hopefully we help you guys every single morning here on NinjaTrader Live get an idea of what the market environment is. And I think he's right in this. I've been kind of really more bullish, and you and I talk. We all talk every morning, and I've always been kind of leaning more towards bullish because, indexes go up. But when I look at the scenario, they couldn't go down. But I do think that we lead into all this news, and we lead into a situation where all of the good news is baked in. Vol is so compressed. You talk about this all the time, and it's like unless we get a catalyst higher, what's the catalyst higher going to be? More cuts? That's kind of not good news, right? I think that's what I come off of Brett Johnson's Santiago Funds conversation yesterday. So I think markets are kind of in a holding pattern here. We have to get through these next couple of days, and we'll see.
Yeah, we do have some news items overnight I just wanted to go over that are kind of moving markets. Obviously, we had Oracle shares jump 30% on their bullish outlook, and literally it was just an aggressive outlook for its cloud business in hopes that everybody's going to build all these data centers and they're going to need cloud services, which is fine and dandy, but, with this build out is also dependent on energy, which we don't have enough of. So, but interesting, it kind of goes to show you how frenzied markets are on this whole AI theme. And it seems like everybody's resting the global economy on AI and hoping that this is going to carry us to the next step. And of course, after we had Oracle, we had Wall Street pros race to lift their S&P 500 targets, obviously. So we had Deutsche come in. They see 7,000 by the end of the year. Barclays and Wells Fargo also expect gains of 11% by the end of the year. There is some froth, but everybody's revising their targets after that. We did have Poland shot down Russian drones after an airspace violation, something to watch out for on the geopolitical front. That's why we have energy a little bit bid this morning. So we will keep an eye on that. That is the first time that drones had entered their airspace. They're calling it an accident, but NATO is saying maybe it's not, so we'll keep an eye on that. That will affect markets overall. Trump cannot fire Fed Cook for now, the judge says. So she will be voting this year, next week, but she's a dub anyway. So I think I see her going for 50 basis points.
She's going to turn to a hawk now because of this.
And then on the bond front, Carlyle Group warns of blurred Treasury Fed roles as rate cuts loom. What they said was bondholders want to be convinced that the Fed's job is to preserve the real value of their principal. If instead they feel the Fed is more focused on government finance, you could see a bond sell-off and higher term premiums.
We'll cut your eye overnight.
Yeah, the Russian drone stuff into Poland kind of caught my eye. I was like, wait, what's exactly going on here? I mean, that seemed like, with the Polish president was in D.C. meeting with Trump last week, and then for this to happen just kind of almost seems like a little bit of, Putin, saber rattling a little bit here. And
sure.
I think platinum and palladium are also up on back of that just because Russia is the biggest producer of both of those. So, with respect to volatility being as compressed as we've seen and been talking about, and with the administration actively trying to suppress volatility, when we start to get some of those geopolitical events brewing, we also had Israel attacking Qatar yesterday. I mean, to weed out some Hamas leadership. So again, not such a casual market for geopolitical strain right now. But that continues into the next few days as we're getting some more of this data. Maybe vol starts to lift a little bit here into the Fed meeting next week, into expiry next week, and we start to get some of the unpinning. I think that's what Brent was talking about a little bit yesterday too, which is we've had such a tremendous run, this volatility suppression, systematic flows, and CTAs basically everyone back to nearly their max positions, and so it's almost like, well, we've seen all this data, it's priced in, it's been bad, but everybody knows it, and markets go up. But we could, as he says, when you start to go the other way, those flows can cascade on themselves the other way to the downside here as volatility rises. So a lot of stuff coming up with PPI today, CPI tomorrow, and the Fed next week. And this is what we've been waiting for all week. And we'll finally get some more data at 8:30 to confirm or deny the speed with which the Fed can really start to ease.
Yeah, I mean, going back to the conversation yesterday with Brent, and I said to him, what would be the catalyst, right? And again, it's because I try to always look at things, open-minded. We all have a hidden bias of some sort that we kind of have to put in the backside when we look at markets. And again, I look at this market, and as much as I love to see the market pull back, because I think it's great for day traders, I think it's, we love to see volatility spike. I don't love it for my portfolio, but over time it goes up, hopefully. But nonetheless, it's like, what's going to be the catalyst? And again, when I look at the markets here, I think that he opened my eyes to something that I didn't potentially think about, and that is the fact that it's all priced in. Seasonality comes in again, where you've got everyone's long vols compressed, like you said, max positions, and ultimately we start to come back down, and everyone's like, well, I'm not buying this dip now, right? It's just basically the lack of buyers, right? Because I think that's the one thing I do see in this tape, is there is no momentum higher, right? I mean, we get up here and it's just like, man, there's just nothing going on. And I don't love the divergence. I can't say enough about it. I want you to talk a little bit more about that QQQ versus IWM, because I think that matters, because what's happening is consistently we're seeing rotations in and out of the indexes. And if the market really wants to go to all-time highs again with some momentum, I think you need everyone participating at this leg of the rally, because it's like the divergence only works for so long, and then eventually you just have us consolidating on the highs with divergence.
Right. No, I think basically what you've been seeing is with the vol grinding lower and positions have been rebuilt, S&Ps have moved, everything's moved, and now we're getting to that point where positioning is certainly long, right? In the systematic community, CTAs are basically 100% long. Vol control funds are, back to 85, 90% long. Risk parity funds are back to max exposure for equities again. And we know with this JP Morgan hedge collar strike for the end of the quarter that there's this kind of suppressing flow against that market movement in S&Ps specifically. So S&Ps now are struggling to really break out to the upside. But when there's idiosyncratic data that comes out, you get this massive dispersion throughout the course of the day. So today, for some, with Oracle being up 30%, you're going to have flow into software, into Oracle specifically, and because S&P is really not going to move materially higher, it's going to come out of somewhere else. So today, Russell will be the laggard because of that. And so in another days, when you have Apple miss or Nvidia miss, tech is down, but S&Ps are still getting those flows, then Russell does incredibly well. So what we've seen on that Q versus Russell chart, that's been a great kind of one-way trend for a very long time. NASDAQ is way outperformed. But really over the course of the last, 6 to 8 weeks, we've seen a nice correction back in that pair trade where IWMs have been outperforming Qs. It started before the NVIDIA miss, but some of that movement has now been accelerated after NVIDIA. And it's been the small caps have really benefited from the idea that lower rates are coming. The question that I keep asking is, are lower rates coming because the economy is good and the Fed's just going to add stimulus to an economy that doesn't need it? Or is it because the economy is struggling? And I think that's where the rubber hits the road. If it's because the economy is struggling, that's certainly not a great environment for small caps, for levered companies. And so if we learn that is what we're getting here from the Fed, I suspect we're going to see a reacceleration of that Qs versus IWM trend back to the upside. It may be in a falling tape. It may be NASDAQ's outperforming Russell in a falling tape, but I think that's been the dynamic in play there with that. And we've seen now a little bit of stabilization in that pair. And today, a 50 basis point outperformance so far of NASDAQ's over Russell. We'll see if that continues.
Shai, let's do a little preview of data today. PPI today, CPI tomorrow. How important is PPI today? What are we looking at?
Yeah, so we have PPI today, as well as at 10, we have wholesale inventories, wholesale trade sales, and then 10:30, of course, we have crude inventories. So PPI is going to be the market mover here, or the potential to be the market mover here. And what is expected is 3-point final PPI final demand year over year, 3.3% is the survey. Prior was 3.3%, and month over month, prior was 0.9%. Survey this time is 0.3%. So this is the producer price index. It's not going to be as important as CPI because we know that's what the Fed looks at, but it kind of gives you a prelude to what CPI might be, and so it is an important number. So
it's a prelude to the bigger number tomorrow, right? We're always waiting.
We're always
waiting, watching. Look at the baby. Look at the baby.
Last month PPI had a big move higher. A lot of that was portfolio management services and things related to financial services. So people kind of threw it out. I mean, typically, if you think about it, goods get produced and then they get consumed. So PPI should be a forward-leading indicator for consumer prices. So if we get another stronger than expected PPI print for this month, for August, I think it's going to portend, continued acceleration of CPI momentum. I think that's how traders will think about CPI tomorrow. If it's a weaker number, and let's say we get some negative revisions from last month, maybe there'll be some more relief. Like, okay, maybe the CPI tomorrow will be not as hot. I think people are expecting a hotter CPI. I think that is part of the market narrative. I don't necessarily think equities are trading that, but I think for the most part, fixed income and FX traders are, believe that that's the case. Confirmation, I think, of that, if that's what we get, I think equities will start to notice, but there certainly is a little bit of a bias towards a warmer number on the inflation front for tomorrow.
Yeah, I mean, I want to look at the bond chart here just for a second because this is this is going to tell us a lot, I think, over the next couple of days here. When we look at what's been happening in ZB, I mean, you look at the bond market over the course of the last, let's call it, so April, May, June, July, August, September, so 6 months. Man, they've just done nothing. I mean, they come right back up to this high back in April. And they made that low. Well, let's forget about the tariff talk, which maybe we'll bring that up again. We haven't spoke about tariffs in here in a while. Somebody in chat said, "What happened to tariffs, Tracy?" But you look at this high to this low, April into May, and we've just been consolidated. Look how many times we bumped up near it, and then to the downside, we're just kind of like, coming together here in this consolidation, and we get this move higher here this week. And what I look for always is when I see the Bollinger Bands opening up like that, again, that I look at those previous peaks as targets, which would be 118. And then you start to see, this is a big day, next 2 days for momentum in the bonds. If the bonds, when I see this type of look, if the bonds could take out prior day's high today and get up in here, I think these things could go, man. I mean, they could really go. And so, you wonder, what does that do? Again, with the bond market moving up like that, it goes back to what you've been saying, Craig, a lot. I mean, you've really been kind of keeping me in line here with this. Like when we look at, if rates are going to start going down with the job markets where they are, is that really good news, right? And how is the market going to react to this? And I think that if we get a cooler CPI today and you see this bond market go higher, what my question is going to be is, does the market follow the bond market higher, right? Well, could that happen? Because you would think it probably should, but it goes back to what you've been talking about. If we are starting to go down, if we do have a cooler CPI this morning, Shai, what would be like the bottom number for CPI where it would look like, wow, that really was a cool number?
So, prior was 2.7%. Expected is 2.9%. So if we came under prior, that would be a very cool number, and that would
set the tone for
Right.
A cooler CPI. And the question is, does the S&P and Nasdaq and Russell and Dow disconnect from the bond market because now rates are going to be coming, and it's just because things aren't so good? I mean, I'm just curious what you think. I mean, because I'm kind of preluding the scenarios for today.
Yeah. My initial reaction to a softer, well, first we had the PPI today, but CPI tomorrow. My reaction to a softer CPI, I think that would be relief. The market would be relieved by that because they'd feel very comfortable that the Fed could give cuts. There'd be justification for cuts. And we still don't know, even after yesterday's pretty terrible negative job revisions, which were down at 911,000 for the 6 months ended March. So even though everyone kind of knows that the economy is slowing, this would get the Fed cover to start certainly with 25, maybe even 50,
exactly,
and that the Fed is catching it at the right time. Right? It's not, we haven't slowed enough yet. The Fed is not too late. They're kind of right on time. And markets should feel very comfortable. Vol can continue to be compressed. There's no other issues, and I think markets would like that, at least in the run up into the Fed meeting. I think that would be the reaction. I don't think people would be too concerned about a cool CPI at this point. So I think I think there'd be relief on that. I think bonds would rally on that, but maybe not take out. Maybe we wouldn't be taking out explosive new highs, but we'd be continuing to kind of grind higher. Yeah.
So really, it would be a good scenario is what we're looking at. If CPI or PPI today comes in cooler and CPI potentially tomorrow, that could be a bullish thing. Because again, I think it's looking at the catalysts to what could create momentum to the upside, but it's also looking at the reactions to where if we don't get what we want, what does the market do? Yeah. And that's what I'm kind of looking at.
I may just push back on this a little bit because I think, oftentimes during periods where we have lower inflation, stocks and bonds move in opposite directions.
Exactly.
Right. And so if we get a very cool CPI and PPI and we see bond markets rally, I'm not saying that the S&P will go down, but it might not really
That's going to
rally.
be the question, right?
Right.
I think so. And she, I mean, again, we don't know. This is why everybody, I will tell you this, watch the reactions. But you got to keep an eye on the bond market today. You got to keep an eye on the bond market probably for the next several weeks because we're near highs. Anytime the bond market's near highs or lows, keep an eye on it.
I think the key to remember is, again, like these systematic flows, these non-fundamental flows are in, right? They are all in. So you don't have really have a lot of that incremental support come from that. You have buybacks right now, which are there, but as we push through September, they start to fade. We start to move into a buyback blackout window, kind of starting the end of next week and through the following few weeks. And then September, historically, is a liquidity drain month because, for one, we have tax payments that get paid on September 15th, which is next Monday. So people are pulling money out of markets, out of banks to send to the government.
I did.
And then we have a quarter end window dressing dynamic where banks make their balance sheets look a little bit better too, and so they're pulling back liquidity. So with the third thing we have the Treasury is adding to its general account, right? So they're moving their general account up from 500, 600 billion to 850 billion. So you have this dynamic of sucking liquidity out of the market for the tail end of September while systematic flows are already in, and we're going to lose the buyback support. So that's the dynamic I think we're pushing into. That's, I think, what's a little bit what Brent was talking about with this call about the end of September being a particularly challenging period. I think that's part of the dynamics that are there. And so the macro data may not really matter as much, right? We may just have these flows, this dynamic in play, and then the narrative gets then the narrative gets built in hindsight, right? It's like, oh, we're down because the economy is slowing. So we got to keep that. I think we got to keep that in mind as well.
Yeah, no, I mean, 100% agree with you. Today, everybody, look at, again, in the morning, we try to, have a nice conversation, help you paint a picture to what's going on. As a day trader, it's funny. Beginning of my career, really did not look at much. I mean, we used to read the Wall Street Journal. I think it kind of felt cool to me coming in, like, a cold Chicago day. I get the Wall Street Journal and a coffee and maybe a donut back then. And I'd come in and, we would trade. And that's about all the research that we did from the macro side. And it was, an article in a paper, right? But we would have conversations on the floor about kind of what was going on. As time progressed, I've learned that just understanding the theme of the market, so I understand, again, how to come in positioning, not positioned. Do I want to be big, small, or not at all? People have heard me say that, where it's like, okay, is this a time where I should be, if my strategies give me a signal, can I leverage up here, or what's going on in this environment? This is an environment of crosswinds. And you have to kind of, let's just make it through the rest of this month. Roll over again, we didn't talk a ton about it, but at the end of this week, we're moving indexes, move out into December on Monday. You're going to be moving into December on Monday. So watch for that roll. So it gets really dicey, and you're going to see some random volume come in, everybody, too. Don't forget about that. You're going to see there's always a lot of randomness in the market, but more. I talked about this with Merritt yesterday. You're going to see volume come in and out of the indexes that you're like, well, what was that? And the reality is it's just rollover, and it's going to be kind of piecemealed in until the end of the week. You'll see a lot of it, more of it, probably post-CPI tomorrow. You'll see some people that maybe either want to get out of some positions in S&P or NASDAQ that just go, get me out of these, put me into these, and so you'll have these, moments of where volume just kind of gets thrown into the market. You'll see a lot of it on Friday and then Monday into midday and beyond until the roll is completed. So, again, a lot of crosswinds, a lot on the macro side, a lot on the, like I said, on the rollover side. And someone's asking, should be watching 10-year or 30-year? Now, I watch the 30-year. Now, I mean, the reason why I watch the 30-year is because the Fed, I mean, the 10-year is still the long end, but I mean, the 30-year, the Fed can't control. And so I like to see the reactions of it on the data. I like to actually trade the 10-year a little bit more on the data. And so I keep both up personally. But if the 30-year starts to spike or starts to fall quickly, I think that has a more direct impact on equities. That's just my opinion. I don't know what you two think.
Yeah, I agree with that. I mean, I watch both. I mean, we've seen a decent 10s, 30s steepener all year, right? We've gone from 20 basis points or so to start the year to 65 basis points. And it's because, there's just become less structural demand for the ultra long end, right? I mean, think about what does the world look like in 30 years with, rising budget deficits in every jurisdiction with AI. What does it all mean? And so it's just getting harder, I think, for folks to contemplate, how much they want to lend the government at what rate. And it just seems too low. But 10 years are kind of more, I think, where the Fed does still have a little bit of policy control. Certainly the administration does too, the way they think about how they're issuing. So as the front end, as yields get brought lower, we could have a kind of a flight to safety or a bid for yield dynamic if the economy starts to slow and there's a bid for fives, bid for seven, bid for tens in more of a risk off scenario. So yeah, I agree. You kind of got to watch them both, but I think 30 years are that long duration asset that maybe kind of keeps equities, plus or minus.
Yeah, exactly. Shai, supposed to be having Pippa today. We'll see if we can get Pippa in here. She'll be in here hopefully in a few minutes. Quick preview of our guest.
I just DM'd her last night, so she knows. So hopefully. So we have Dr. Pippa Malmgren. If I read her whole resume, we'd be here all day. But she's an economist, speaker, best-selling author, strategic advisor to C10 Labs AI Venture Fund. She writes a column about the world economy and geopolitics on Substack. She served President George Bush at the White House as special assistant to the president and on the National Economic Council. And before that, she was deputy head of global strategy at UBS. And that's just partial.
Yeah, no, she's, she's really the only podcast I've ever seen her do is Macro Voices.
Yeah.
And she's been on with Eric Townsend and Patrick Seresna, who was with us earlier this week. Two great guys. I mean, like you said, good day to have her on. Going to be seeing what she thinks about the Poland situation. I think that's where I'll start with her. Just kind of get an understanding. Do we need to be worried about this? Is it an accident? Is it a test? Probably a test.
I mean, geopolitics is one of the vectors where the administration has a lot of say over it, and then how that evinces itself in the crude market and volatility is of paramount importance, right? If we start to see crude spikes, that changes the game a little bit from an inflation expectation point of view, what the Fed can do. And so that's been an area for sure where I think the administration's Trump talks about keeping oil prices low every chance he gets, gasoline low, everybody, it's low, because he wants to keep that narrative about inflation down because he knows how important that is for polling, for Republican chances in the midterm. So that's an area where if we start to see oil price spike, we start to see oil volatility, geopolitical stuff starts to heat up a little bit. That's something that, it hasn't been part of the market dynamic for the last several months. That could really be, a reason to get a little bit more concerned about risk assets if that starts to, get unmoored a little bit.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, we have talked about that so much here, Shai, throughout the year. We're like, when we were talking about inflation, but crude remains contained, but geopolitical things starting to stir up. We've talked about a scenario also where crude, take that geopolitical side out of it, is starting to look like there are more reasons to go higher than lower. We'll see how that looks. Again, we didn't talk about metals that much this morning. We will. We've got some time here before we get into Pippa, but we've got gold up $7 today, copper up, silver, platinum, palladium, all up. Platinum and palladium up the most. Why is that, Shai?
So again, it goes back to I agree with what Craig said. Is we have this issue with Russia, and they are one of the largest producers of platinum group metals, and so that is a concern.
And they're not looked at the same way as gold, as we know. Gold, I'm just actually I had up platinum. I'm going to go back to gold.
I mean, platinum is starting to again.
It is, right?
Because gold prices are so high, we're now seeing more retail demand for bars, coins, jewelry, etc. Because it is less expensive than gold now, and we tend to see that when we see gold spike. And also, it's in industrial purposes as well. So it's kind of like silver, where it serves kind of two purposes, store of value as well as industrial demand that you have. And that market, and Jimmy and I have been talking about this, is in 100 million ounces in deficit already this year. So
you've been saying that all year.
Right.
Yeah, and I think that And so just to clarify, so there, when I was saying like not like gold as like that hedge against central banks, hedge against inflation, but they do serve as a utility metal, and there is global demand for them.
Right, absolutely. I mean, we're not saying data should be here in just right now. So
Very
PPI
weak.
month over month is minus 0.1%, and year over year came in at 2.6%. So much lower than expected. And we are seeing a
lower.
move.
Look at the Russell.
Look at the Russell.
Run, Forrest.
Run, Forrest, run. So we're seeing obviously spike in the equity markets as well as the bond markets.
Craig.
Yeah, I mean, this is kind of an out of left field number. I mean, I don't think any analysts were even close on this. I mean, the X energy, the X food, X energy, X trade. So maybe more of a pure kind of non-tariff related number kind of came in line. So maybe that's part of this dynamic here, where it's a little bit more of the tariffs and a little bit more energy. But we also had a negative revision from last month from 0.9% to 0.7%. So, and then the core year over year down to 2.8. Yeah, look, this is going to be a number that people are going to say, see, there's no inflation. There's no issue here. The Fed has, free reign to deliver the cuts as expected, maybe even faster than expected because the economy, the labor market needs it. And so not surprising to see kind of gold have a little pop, bonds have a little pop. And, as far as equities are concerned, we'll see, right? I mean, this is to your point. I mean, is the market going to chase, are equities going to chase the bond market higher here? When everybody's already in, time will tell, I guess.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's the initial thing I'm looking at here. I mean, big move in the NASDAQ. I mean, 100+ points on one stick here. And so, when I look at that, it's like, man, I'm sure day traders aren't really probably loving this now because now you got a 100-point move in NASDAQ.
Before the market opens.
Before the market opens. You got CPI tomorrow.
You got crypto, Bitcoin and Ethereum popped on that too. Everything did. Except for nat gas.
Natty gas. So, yeah, I mean, Dow is back down again. Russell's already given back half of its rally. Everybody has, really. I mean,
this will be the test, or one of the tests to Brent's thesis, which is, okay, we've just got, in theory, more good news, right, for markets, which is more liquidity likely to come on a softer inflation print. Does the market react with that, or are we going to get something different? Because maybe everybody's all in. Excuse me. So,
yeah.
But yeah, that's an icy cold number.
Well, that's what I was talking about.
Right.
I said, I'm going to be curious. I said, a really, Deli Nostradamus here this morning, kind of guessing a little bit. I said, you know what? If the ZB, if what would happen with ZB coming out of a really cool number, and can equities follow? And when I look at it again, it's like, okay, because again, everyone keeps talking about how inflation remains relatively hot. That's why I went there this morning. I said, well, what if it comes in really cool? Like, then what, right?
Right.
So now you have this scenario where I think that the market, I think that shakes the pot a little bit here because everyone's expecting, and as expected, maybe even potentially hotter number because that's just what we've, kind of seen, right? And so we don't have that now. Bond market bid. I mean, I want to go to the ZN again real quick. Go ahead, Shai.
I think there's going to be even more pressure now to do 50.
To do 50.
Yep.
Exactly. Right? And so the question is, Craig, if there's not more pressure to do 50, first of all, do you think that that's possible now?
Look, I think the odds of 50 will move up, and that'll accelerate or not tomorrow with the CPI print. But there probably will be more calls for 50. We know Governors Waller and Bowman dissented last month or at the last meeting, and data has only gotten worse from then. So they may say, look, we should have cut in July. We dissented because we didn't. So let's get that cut and the next cut. Powell, we know that Fed cut 50 last September as the first cut they did. So I think there'll be more more pressure on that. It'll depend on the CPI tomorrow. But if we get the odds up to 50% chance, then I think it's live. If the market doesn't get there, the Powell Fed has really gone out of its way not to disappoint the market. So if the odds of 50 are only 20, 30%, they're probably not going to do it. But if the odds start to creep into that 50% zone, I think that's because that's where they were last year in September into that Fed meeting. We're about 50-50, and Powell went with the 50 basis point cut. If we get there again, They may feel like they could do it. Again, is the market gonna? Is that a good thing for the market, right? I mean, or has this all been priced? That's the question.
I'm going to get to the chat in a second here. There's some really good questions on here. But
somebody asked about tariffs. So we do have some tariff news that just came. I guess India, we have 50% tariffs because they're importing Russian oil, and it looks like they are back to the trade table with the U.S. So trying to work on a deal to get those lowered.
Yeah.
I mean, there was also, back to this platinum palladium thing, just on tariffs. Trump also mentioned last night, that Europe should go to a big tariffs on China and then India as secondary on Russia. So that if tariffs get put on by Europe and the U.S. follows, there would be tariffs on Russian platinum and palladium. I think that's part of that story there too. As far as equities' reaction to this number and tariffs, this could potentially be a producer eating the tariffs type dynamic that's developing here, which is bad for corporate margins, right? This is consumers are tapped out. They're not coming. We'll get retail sales on Monday. We'll get a little better estimate of that, but consumers tapped out. Producer has to eat it. Prices are going to go going down. Margins are going to be getting hit. That's a negative earnings story, right? That's how the narrative can shift to, bad news is bad, right? I mean, for a market where everybody is kind of in already. So I think that's what we'll have to see develop here over the next 48 hours when CPI comes out tomorrow too.
Yeah, because this is going to be obviously the more important number. So
yeah, but like you guys said earlier, it sets the tone. I think
it does set the tone, absolutely.
Yeah. Again, I keep going back to what Brent said and what we're talking about this morning is how it the market. Again, I feel like I'm looking at gold here too. Gold's giving back its pop off of that PPI print. So much of this is baked in. Everyone's already in, and we say everyone's already in. It's kind of not true, right? It's like a lot. I mean, they're pretty much they're max invested or near max invested. I think that's the best way to describe this, right? Versus saying everyone's in, like there's no one left, right? But yeah, I think that in this scenario, in this time of the year, when you get momentum higher, this is what I keep thinking as a day trader. If you get momentum higher and it starts to fade, it could fade and be a deep fade coming off of data points. Because there's one thing that data does, right? Data brings volatility, it brings more bodies back to the screen. So when you get that move higher, if it's like gap and go, well, then you don't really want to fade it. But if it's gap and fade, you kind of don't really want to fade that either. And that's what makes, I think, really tricky here because, like you said, everyone goes, well, great, we're higher. Even me, it's funny. Like, I think about this like, okay, I'm long Russell. I got to win around again, right? I'm sitting there going, I want to cover this. Going, I just want to get out of it. I mean, and that's just the reality of it. I mean, don't tell me that everyone else doesn't think the same way. Right. And I know that I've got my targets set. Don't get on me about process and all that nonsense. Psychology still comes into play here no matter what. And you look at it and go, well, again, is there, a reason for me to cover? If you're an S&P, you look at it, goes bid, it's staying sticky bid, right? NASDAQ, sticky bid. Russell, waiting for it to load. It's waiting here for a second. Oh yeah, there it goes. Yeah, still sticky bid, right near. So it's like, watch this on the indexes today. I think that
if this fades right away, I think that
it fades all the way, is what you're thinking? That's what I think too. What do you think, Craig?
Look, Goldilocks for the market is a slowly slowing economy with the Fed adding accommodation and on time, and things are good. Concern for the market is the economy is slowing more rapidly, and Fed rate cuts really aren't going to do anything about it. Evidence of that would be, the job market deteriorating, which we're already seeing, retail sales starting to slow, the consumer basically being tapped out. We've been talking about this K-shaped economy and the lower part of the economy really struggling. Maybe this is more indicative of the consumer saying no mas, right? And so producers are going to have to eat the tariffs. Margins are going to get squeezed. Corporate profitability outlook starts to deteriorate. That's a dynamic that I think is the gap and fade type dynamic. It's not going to affect Oracle, right? It's not going to affect some of the AI stuff right now. And so probably there'll be some alpha there finding those companies that can deliver secular growth in this tape. But if that's what we're walking into, That gets back to the earlier conversation about Qs versus IWM. Small caps would struggle. I think small caps will struggle in that environment where the consumer's tapped out, no pricing power for companies,
Right.
Oh,
and
100%.
margins getting hit. That's a tough. And Fed rate cuts don't really arrest the decline.
Yeah. We're not going to be able to get Pippa here today. I think we had some issues with her getting here today, but we missed you, Pippa.
We'll reschedule her.
We'll have you back. I have to say good morning to the chat because we've gone through a lot, and we've got another exciting guest coming up after this.
Yep.
So I want to say good morning to the chat. We've got Engineer Bear, Paulie, Coast Peroni, Cooper, Melvin, Ivan. We've got Craig Shapiro. Well, Craig Shapiro's right there. I see him in chat too. Steve Arnold, Thomas Millett, Kazin, My Serona, Fractal. I go through these, and it's always fun. William, Quantum Cap, Emilio. Remember that? Did you guys watch Night at the Roxbury? And I was like,
Yes.
Emilio. Yeah, well, you guys, these young people, they don't remember that movie. That was a great movie. Phoenix, my boy.
I used to hang out at the Roxbury. That's how.
I'm out. Dr. Serena, Samuel, Infinity Works, Steve, Alfonso, Mark, M.A., Chris. We got Larry Pumpkin. Love Larry Pumpkin. Cooper's always in here. He's always giving us some good stuff to talk about. Again, everybody, good morning. We got Short Life Hacks in here. What's up, my brother? Everybody in chat, thank you so much for joining us here today. Let's get those likes up and let's get those subscribes up because 150K party is coming. We're close. And as we know, PAX is going to be giving away a pair of Ferragamos. What was funny is that Tanya didn't know what Ferragamos were.
No.
That was awesome, right? And so now maybe we're going to be
It's like, I thought it was a restaurant.
So, we've got a lot going on. And following this morning's set, we're going to be bringing in Brett Simba. He's the CEO of Tradeify. And we're going to be starting a prop segment here on NinjaTrader Live. Retail prop has grown, unbelievably. I think it's done an amazing job in growing the future space. And I've got some things to talk about with these CEOs, and I'm going to be picking their brain about it. For me, one of the things is someone who's never been on the prop side. My goal is always to get more people live, as we do a lot here on NinjaTrader Live. So I'll be curious to see what Brett and a lot of the other CEOs have to say about that. And I know that they're all continuing to work at that, and I think it's been great for the industry. But final thoughts for today, guys. We've got a minute for each of you. We'll go with you first, Shai. A minute before we let you go this morning. Any final thoughts on PPI and what to look for later today?
So I think watch this move, see if they fade this on the open, because oftentimes the initial move is not the real move. It can fade, so I think that'll be interesting to watch. And then also, keep an eye on the kind of those geopolitical issues. I'll be in the chat if we hear of anything escalating. Obviously, that's going to affect the energy and metals markets, and so we'll be paying close attention to that.
Final thoughts, Greg?
Yeah, that makes sense. I think anticipation again for tomorrow. People will discount today. They'll still be looking for confirmation in CPI tomorrow. But if we start to get a narrative whereby producers are eating the tariffs, margins are going to get hit, consumer kind of struggling, labor market decelerating. We have initial jobless claims again tomorrow. Those have been up 6 weeks in a row. So we'll keep an eye on that. If that starts to become the story, then the Fed rate cutting cycle is not going to arrest that, right? Getting 25 basis points or even getting 2 or 3 cuts this year just probably might not be enough for a market that is set up very long, kind of moving into it. So today will be interesting trading, but really I think tomorrow will be the will really be the determinant of how we trade into the Fed meeting next week. Yeah,
Look, my thoughts are, I'll be on obviously for a little bit longer, and I'll continue to talk about it. I can't stress enough, when you get a move like this off of a number like this, at this point, it's important to keep momentum. The bulls right now need momentum more than they've ever needed it in this rally, right? We're to the point now in the timeline where if momentum starts to stall, be very careful about picking a bottom.
And on rollover.
Yeah, and it's rollover, right?
So
it's just like one of those things.
On
exactly. I think that's the number one thing I think about today. For day traders, to help you guys when you look at the indexes. Don't need to be first one in on buying the dip. Don't need to be first one in on selling the rally. Let these things set up a little bit and be okay to be second in or third in or a little bit late in, because coming off of a data print like this, it did just adjust things a little bit, and we're going to see more in the future. Guys, thank you so much.
Thanks.
Thank you.
All right. Next up, we have Brett Simba, CEO of Tradeify. Let's talk to Brett.
Hey, how you doing?
Good morning, man. How you doing, Brett?
Good morning. Good.
doing
How are
great.
you?
Good.
Awesome.
Great to have you on the show here today. Been watching your stuff for a while on X, and I see you guys. You have a ton of traders out there talking about Tradeify. The community you've built in, I think, a relatively short period of time has been really remarkable. And you heard me probably in the previous segment talking about how I believe retail prop has been great for the industry. I think it's brought more people into futures. I've been in futures for 30 years. So I've seen a couple things along the way, right? Nothing has moved the needle like retail prop, nothing. And I have to give kudos where it's deserved. I do think there are some things that need to be tweaked along the way, but I think that guys like you are at the forefront of that. And so talk to us about Tradeify and what you guys are doing in the space.
Yeah. So again, thanks for having me on. I agree with you 100%. I've been watching markets for about 15 years now, actively trading them, a little under 10. And there's just been a mass explosion. I think it's also correlated to just social media in general, right? Social media is obviously growing. A lot of people everyone and their mother and their grandmother at this point are using social media, right? So a lot more, I think, people have gotten into looking at different ways to get started with trading, and having companies like prop firms pushing their products through social as well as education has probably added to a lot of that speed, I guess, propelling the market, right? So we just came up, I think we're about to hit 13 months. So we just passed our first birthday anniversary, which was great. But we've been able to really come onto the market with, a lot of transparent and honest rules. We launched with NinjaTrader when we first started, which was obviously a stamp and a staple for us, because you guys are the leading brokerage in the futures trading space, and everybody just loves obviously the technology you guys have, and having you guys back us up and provide the platform really was the pushing point for us to get started. So shout out the whole NinjaTrader team, Tradeify as well. But yeah, the market's grown very rapidly. I think a lot of people like to get in now because they're realizing that it does cost a decent amount to get started with futures trading, right? And some people, they've seen what happens when you trade stocks or options, and they come into futures and it's a different ball game. There's still obviously less of an element of time decay. You don't have a lot of that, the negatives that you get with options. However, there is more leverage than trading stock, right? So there's still a little bit of a learning curve, and it's our job as props to educate everyone, let them know how things work, but still give them access to the ability to leverage their capital, right? So there's a fine line between starting out, taking the time to put in the work yourself to learn, but also utilizing the tools that prop firms are able to offer.
So let's stay there for a second. Let's talk about some of the tools. Tradeify, like I said, you guys have built an amazing community, and the community has really backed you guys, right? I mean, you see a lot of organic traffic out there. I know there's the affiliate type stuff as well, but you see a lot of people across the spectrum really talking about your product. What makes you guys unique and different maybe from the other props?
Yeah, so we have like you mentioned before, I think live is a very key component of this. There are, some who steer away from it or don't exactly go into the full live process detailed. So at Tradeify, we do have a straight path to live, straightforward path. Essentially, when someone does reach, their third or fourth payout or reward from their accounts, we see that as a sign of consistency. That's at a point where we're willing to back you with our live capital, right? Obviously, a lot of people, when they come into the space, they see a bunch of numbers on social media, everyone's seen it, etc. But it's not the full reality of things right away, right? Obviously, it takes more than just a couple of trades in order to be a consistent trader. I think a lot of people can get you know, one and done kind of trades, and then think that they're able to come back at any time and do it. But when people are able to prove they're consistent and earn, you know, again, 3 to 4 payouts with us, that's when we look at moving them into a live account. On the other end, with the what differentiates us from other firms is we have a fully built-in trade journal. So it's a little different than a few other props now. They do have a little bit of a journal. It shows, you know, what you made for the day, maybe a couple of trades you took and the stats on them. But we have a full fleshed out journal that goes over what times you're trading the best, what days you're trading the best. It allows you to put a note on your trade or tag them. So you can tag the trade as, you know, maybe a breakout trade, or maybe a Fibonacci retracement, or, you know, any type of ICT strategy that you trade, etc. And then you're able to actually see the stats individually on those tags. So maybe, you know, you're doing breakout trades good on Tuesdays, but not on Fridays. Maybe Fridays as a whole aren't working out for you very well. So we provide that tool in order to give you feedback on the trades that you're taking. So as you're taking the evaluation, or as you're in the funded account, you're learning along the way to get better for the next day.
So I want to talk about going to live, because I think that's the one thing that I've looked at the prop space, the retail prop space, and said, you know, I would like to see more people in live. When people are going live, are they automatically going into a live trading account? Are they in live markets? Because I've seen a lot of talk about like sim live, and it kind of gets confusing even for me. But are they going in and trading the live, you know, ES and live NASDAQ and so on?
Yep. So when you go live with us, you do go straight into the actual live markets. We have a few risk managers, so one of them will be the one taking over your account, communicating with you. We also do have a live trading coach, I forgot to mention too. So you get 3 sessions with him when you first come on. Usually he'll reach out when you first start. If you, I think a big thing too is when people shift from the sim to live, they get a little bit of they get intimidated a little bit, right? You're taking the training wheels off, so to speak. Obviously, the markets are still moving the same. It's still real-time data with the sim markets and prop, but they get a little bit nervous or scared. They might hit a little bit of a rut. So that's also when we'll usually have our coach kind of step in and, you know, create maybe a little bit of a different game plan than you had on sim. Because again, you know, the live markets are different, right? There's obviously going to be differences in slippage, placing orders, you know, your fills slightly as well, just because of the nature of the actual orders being placed in the order book. So, but yeah, to your point, we do pride ourselves taking everyone live. We don't do any of this like fake live, like you said, or anything like that.
Yeah, and that's yeah, I didn't love that when I saw that across the space, and I feel like that's continually being corrected, which I think is a really good thing, because again, the goal is, and I know you probably agree with me, right, is that, you know, you want to get these people live, right? That's the goal, right? Is to get them to trading in live markets. That's how we grow the pie across the board, is to get more people in live, and that's why I think, you know, you guys have the ability to reach people that are newer to the space, that have never touched futures before, in a way that I have not seen before. So it's a really important responsibility, because it gets that first trader, that first experience, that opportunity to get to where their hopes and dreams lie, which is in live. And that brings me to my next question is, what types of traders are you seeing coming in? Like, where were they? Do you know maybe where they were coming from? Were they maybe options and equities? Were they in crypto? Where do you see maybe the bulk of the people coming from? Or are they just brand new just to futures?
Yeah, so I think there's a good mix. Excuse me, with the new people who come in, they're mostly just. I think it's a good time right now that a lot of new people are stepping in, because the headlines you see every day are markets at all-time highs, right? Markets at all-time highs. I'm sure you can say the same thing. You probably get more messages from like friends or family. You know, what should I do, or what should I invest in when the market's at the highs rather than at the lows, when you wish they said it, right? So as a whole, I think the market being high right now is getting a lot of newer eyes, like Googling or looking up different ways to get started trading. And then, of course, you know how the algorithms work with like ads or being brought other content from other people. I think they are introduced to prop through that. However, the people that came kind of before, there were a lot of traders that either did well at first and then, had a rough patch or still trying to figure out their mojo from a little bit after that post-COVID era. Most people that I've talked to who started around COVID or so, they basically went through the same trader journey. It's mostly stocks, then options, or maybe it was stocks or crypto, depending on what they traded. Then they went into options, and then now they're finding their home at futures. I think futures are the best, asset to trade, just specifically because, again, you're able to get that leverage that you can't get with stock necessarily, and be able to manage your position the same way, but you're not prone to the negatives of options, like having to worry about theta, picking the exact target and expiration date, etc. So most people that we do see have traded other assets, again, like stocks, options, crypto, but they are finding their home and sweet spot in futures.
Yeah, I mean, the evolution is real, right? You see it, day in, day out. A lot of people I talk to, it's of course they start in stocks, but again, because stocks isn't leverage, it's cash, right? You come in, you buy also what resonates with you. You buy Apple, maybe not after yesterday, but maybe you buy Apple. Maybe you do buy it after yesterday, but you buy things that resonate with you. And then you move into options because you're looking for leverage. You're looking for capital efficiencies. Some might call it that. And then, of course, then you find your way into futures, where, the best bang for your buck. And also it's the real product too. I think that, when you look at the S&P and NASDAQ and the Russell and the Dow, and then also if you want to trade gold, you should be trading gold futures, and all of the other bond markets that, we talk about here every day. We've only got a few minutes left. Talk about the products, because I think this is an important part, because the world has become so focused on equity indexes when they get into trading. In my personal experience, I think that the equity indexes are great, but I think that a lot of people probably should be looking at other products as well. Gold, bonds, even commodities, currencies. A lot of these markets might be resonating better with some of these other traders, and they might actually find a home there that, fits them better. What kind of products are you offering, and what are you doing to allow traders to understand more about different product offerings?
Yeah, so I love that you brought that up. We've recently been trying to find some Forex traders as well, and let them, we actually just talked about this yesterday. It's funny that you brought this up. There's a lot of people who trade Forex that, they're trading the, XAU USD pair, right? And they don't realize that they can actually trade, GC futures, right? They don't know that product's available. And I think that's a great point you brought up, because I think a lot of people, they look at futures and they see a lot of people posting, different things that they're trading online. Again, mostly like ES, NQ, the Dow, Russell, right? But they're overlooking things like gold and oil, CL. Those are the two things that I've mostly traded outside of the main indexes also. But then you look at things like, silver, platinum, right? Which had platinum, I think, had crazy run. I haven't looked at it in a bit, earlier this year, right? And there's a lot of a chart is a chart, right? As long as you're a technical trader, when you look at an asset, you should be able to get some information, as long as it has, volume, of course, behind it, and liquidity. You should be able to realize, that there's other moves out there that can be made, or something that you can look at that is able to be used with your strategy outside of just, the big three or big four, right? So a big thing that we're trying to do now is get more Forex traders, or people to understand in general that you can trade assets, like you said, like gold, which is, let me take a quick look. Haven't looked in a bit. Yeah, sitting at the highs again, near the highs at least. So, huge run in the past month. And I think big continuous runs like this are good, and they open up people more to trading that asset as well. Gold was in like a massive range for, looks like, almost since May. So, to see this end of summer big move, I think hopefully opens the eyes up to a lot of people that they can trade things outside of that. Also, oil too is a big talker, especially with things going on overseas, right? Left and right. So there's a lot of volatility to be seen in those markets, and I think a lot of people should be looking into at least putting some alerts, or setting up a chance to look at those as well.
And you offer those through Tradeify for funding opportunities?
Yep. So we do offer those. We also offer, you can trade Eurex. You'd have to, you have to message us to add them as well. We work with you guys you guys specifically at Ninja and Tradeify to offer those additional data feeds to our traders. So if our traders go live, or even in Sim, if they want to add on, Comex, or if they want to add on Eurex, they're able to do that and trade those assets as well.
Got it. Great. Brett, we had you set to show charts, but the conversation didn't go there today. But when we have you back next time, I know you've been looking at markets for years. You and I will talk more technicals. We'll get more involved in the markets. But it was great to get a chance to meet you. Thank you so much for coming on NinjaTrader Live and having the audience get a chance to know you and more about Tradeify. Thank you so much.
Thanks. Appreciate it. Talk.
We cut Brett off right at the end, right? It was great having Brett on here today. And I don't know, did you guys notice that? Look, it's Wednesday. What is Wednesday, right? We got this new dynamic duo. We've got Kane. We've got Leo. And Brett Simba, to me, I almost thought it was like he's the third brother. He could come on with those guys. I don't know, man. Wednesdays is Kane. What have you started here? Has Kane started this NinjaTrader Island? I mean, we got all the girls in chat. We're going to see what's going to be going on here. Leo's wife is going to be checking in, making sure he's being a good boy. But yeah, all right. Well, let's bring him in. It's time to trade the open with Leo and Kane. Dude, is Simba like your third brother here, you guys? I mean, what's going on here?
Not that I'm aware of.
I don't know anything about that either.
Yeah. Like triplets separated at birth via many years, I guess.
Many years, many states, and many countries.
Yeah, it's a mystery.
I know. Yeah, I know. He's probably taller than me too. I mean, it's getting real. I'm getting worried.
That's guaranteed. That's guaranteed.
What's up, man? How you guys doing?
Me. Yeah, I'm good. How are you, mate? How are you, Leo?
I'm good. We're getting a little bit of that sell-off that you were begging for in the chat.
I was begging for it. Yeah, I was begging. I messaged Leo pre-stream saying I hope we flush before the open because, interesting times.
So, guys, I don't know if you guys heard, but we're going to be giving away Ferragamos for when we get 150K because, PAX is Ferragamo Friday, Uncensored Friday, it's Capital Preservation Friday. We got a lot of things going on with PAX on Friday. We're pushing for 150K. Going to be talking to you guys. We're going to give away something special on your episode as well. So help us get to 150,000 subscribers, everybody in chat, and hit that like button for my guys here today, as that party's coming up soon. And, coming into today, we talk about PPI. One of the things that I talked about, guys, was my concern is the market has really been anticipating all of these things to line up for rate cuts, right? Again, you get a cooler CPI number. The market is it feels like it's priced so much in. You get this big move up higher post CPI. Post CPI, post PPI, pre CPI. I'll get it right eventually. And now we have this, gap up day. What are your thoughts on how you come in on a day like this where you got that big stick that, that one move is the whole move and then we're kind of now trading inside of it?
Leo,
I hate it. Yeah, I don't love trading gaps, especially during roll. Relative volume is coming up a little bit, but that could just be a function of the news drop. The best thing I can do right now is just be patient. Some of that roll volume starting to flip to December. It's not going to impact huge today, but it will start tomorrow and Friday, like you mentioned. So for me, it's just going to be, wait for the best at bats or pitches that I can get and take a swing.
Same, to be honest. I mean, I jumped into the short, but it kind of fits my system pretty well. I don't like shorting these massive news hikes or longing them either. It's just, for me, I don't really think that, since the Fed said they're not really that focused on inflation, I don't know how much CPI is going to affect their decision making. The market might price it in, but I don't know. It's a bit of a weird time, right? And then unemployment was the big focus. They priced it in. Jackson Hole. The market's just retracing these moves like a couple of days apart. So I think until the number gets here, we just have to trade what we trade, and we just have to be patient, like Leo said. Right now, I'm obviously short biased. ES is all-time high, pre-market. I can't remember that ever being really a good thing. They might send it lower and bring it back in the afternoon like they've been doing for the past week and a half.
Yeah, I mean, when I was day trading, I hated days like this. You come in, you're all in the belly of that move with that one big candle higher, and you're just like, dude, come on. You know what I mean? And now it's like, is it a gap up higher and fade, or is it a gap and go? And then, again, we get new participants on the RTH Open. We'll see what they do. Of course, we'll be watching you guys to guide us here. Love seeing you two together on Wednesdays, by the way. This has been great. Really, really enjoy the two different styles and just the banter that comes with it. So appreciate you guys a lot. Final thing before I let you guys go today, everybody in chat, we just put into, it's pinned in chat. There's going to be a 5-day arena competition. It kicks off on 9/15, $20,000 in prize pool for the top 50 people. You could register by clicking on the link in the pinned chat, and it's also in the chat as well. A Sunday unlike any other, but there will be others. There will be more. This won't be the only one. Anyway, sign up if you're interested. Check out what they're doing with the arena. Cool stuff going on behind the scenes here at Ninja. My brothers, thank you guys so much. I'll see you guys in chat.
Thanks, Taylor.
Appreciate you, brother. Speak to you soon. Leo the Tiger and chat. How could my morning get any better?
Honestly, I don't know.
NQ goes to 0.
That would make your morning better.
No, it really would not, actually. I think I would cry. Well, I mean, short-term dopamine, long-term dopamine, exchange one or the other.
If it went to 0, would you be able to hold it to 0?
Oh, God, no. I'd be out probably 23,000 points before.
You'd be like, yes, I got my 100 points. And then you just watch it liquidate another 50, 20,000.
I'd pick a bottom the whole way down, bro. But how are you, sir? You well?
I am doing well. I'm doing well.
Is the baby keeping you up still?
Brother, the baby got sick again. This is what happens back to school. So, we have a kindergartner. He goes back to school last week. Obviously, there's germs, new things flying around. He comes home with a cold. Mom gets sick. Baby gets sick. And here we are with a sick baby.
So all I'm hearing is don't. So all I'm hearing is don't.
Was that supposed to be?
Yeah,
was that a mistake?
I don't know what they did. No, I think they did that on purpose. So all I'm hearing is don't have kids. Am I hearing that right?
Don't have kids. I love my kids. I don't think I could say don't have kids.
Okay. It's just part of having children, isn't it? I mean,
part of having kids is just having kids.
Yeah. Yeah, I have a lot of nieces and nephews, and they're always sick. You're right. I mean, schools are just
back to school. And it's anytime they go back to school, you're guaranteed to get sick. They're guaranteed to get sick. So that's how it works.
Yeah. And I really hope that we go for this data low, because if not, I'm just going to play to it all day, and I actually want to get bullish, to be honest.
What am I? I mean, on the higher time frame, we're trying to break out again.
I hate those breakouts.
Yeah, this is a Stowe type of setup where buy it higher and sell it higher.
If he wins today and I lose, I'll sleep peacefully.
I could buy the back test of last week's high.
What's the number?
23,900 basically. 901.25 roughly.
Oh, perfect. Data low. Yeah, I could also buy that. Or buy out of there ish. I just want to really...
Hang on. Wouldn't the data low be like 926?
Yeah, what did you say?
901.
Oh, we said 925. Forgive me.
No. Nope.
901. What's 20 points between some friends?
Between friends? Yeah, I
Yeah,
don't know.
nothing.
Yeah, you know, it's
Could be
a
quite
couple
a
hundred
lot.
bucks.
Yeah, ish. Give or take. Chat, how are we? I think Delhi summarized this the best. We're gonna just beg for subscribers and likes all day.
Is that what he said?
I think it was implied.
I didn't hear that.
I want some Ferragamos. Don't know about you.
What? So what did you say we're giving away? Glasses?
Nope. You know, I actually had to reorder a pair of these the other day.
And you didn't send any to me.
I paid $380 for them. Well,
Send me the link, brother.
Just saying. I'll get you a pair. I'm gonna get you a pair.
No, I refuse them now. I'll just buy them on my own.
Brat. You won't
Deli
refuse
said
them.
fake news.
Fake news.
Deli said fake news.
Don't know about that. It was implied. We're just gonna range here, aren't we? What do you think about this big data wick? Do you when you see like a big wick like this? What is it? 50 points? Do you care about it?
Not really, because the reaction when the real session opens, I like to say that just to make sure you know that RTH is the real session. I know, because we've had discussions about that. So for me, I just like to wait till the RTH session opens just to see what the reaction is going to be. That happened on Friday, right? We had big data that dropped. Was it Friday? Yeah. PAX was trading. Mega bullish, going into that session, right? And we couldn't even break out of the 5-minute OR to the upside.
Yeah.
And we liquidated from there. But if you just went with the initial reaction pre-market and held that as your, kind of your base case looking for longs, and, you likely got run over. And so, I don't know. I kind of think some of these moves are not true reactions. Sometimes they're just blah. We don't go anywhere, right? But yeah, I mean, summary is just like, I want to wait for the market to open up and let it show me its hand versus just assume that the current reaction we're seeing is going to be the one that lands,
Yeah.
Now, we are breaking out. We're attempting to break out. But as you can see, I mean, as like most breakouts fail, and this is a great example of that. We have this range that we've been in for quite some time. We've broken out to the upside. We've broken out to the downside. We failed every single breakout so far out of this box range. So are we going to hold this breakout this time? We don't know. But it would be the worst thing I could do as a trader is just assume that we're going up just because we're trying to break out.
Yeah, no, I agree with that. Yeah, I like to fade the breakout, and if I'm wrong, I get proven I'm wrong, and then I attempt to get on side. Normally, it means I get a worse entry, but I've legitimately never made money trying to trade breakouts, so I've just always avoided it.
My strategy has never been a breakout trader. Now, when we do break out and we develop a trend, there's kind of a strategy that I haven't built, but a method that I use to ride those trend moves. But
yeah,
buying that breakout, that initial breakout, is just not in my playbook.
Yeah, I can't. I don't know. I just
And
can't
I
do
think
it.
last time we were on, didn't we have we also had a gap open as well?
Yeah, we
Pretty
did.
sure.
Yeah, I don't
Because I
think it was
shared
this.
those gap stats with you.
What
So
was
basically,
this,
like on a
though?
gap open, I'd go with the opening range.
Yeah. But I mean, today, I think the gap up was a bit bigger, right? I think last week it was like 40, 40 points. Today it's like
Yeah.
100 and something.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's
I don't
decent.
know. Yeah, I mean it is decent. To be honest, I mean the Euro session was pretty good, right? I mean Asia just rallied. They sent it a lot lower and they brought it right back up. It was,
Yeah.
I think everyone was able to get something on at some point there.
Mhm.
Yeah, I caught some of the short and then I just left the longs and then I was just after this print. I was actually eyeing shorts into some sort of retrace here and I was like, oh, and then out of nowhere we got this god candle. I was like, oh, that's the time. God, thank God. So I could have got
Then
caught.
God.
I could have got caught offside, yeah. But I'm just trying to just play the extreme of this consolidation into a breakdown and a flush at least into this low.
Mm.
I wanted to see like a spike in and grab this, and that was kind of my idea for this trade. I was basically just playing the opening of this 5 minute, and just wanted them to make lows. I think my stop's kind of cooked, but I mean it feels silly to close it here. So yeah, but being in the trade keeps me out of any potential silly trades, getting long, getting short, getting long, flipping, flopping, because I can really force anything here if I want to.
Any
I
trader
could
can make up a trade if they want to.
exactly, yeah. And so I can just make good story for longs, good story for shorts. ES took all-time high, NQ failed, blah blah blah. You know, so yeah. Can I? I mean, bro, gold's all-time high. Oh, I don't know what you want me to say. And no, I'm cheap as hell, and I don't pay for gold data because I just don't pay for data of things I don't buy. I don't trade. There you go. I just got stopped. Break even. Price touch 50% of the news candle moving higher. Yeah, I mean everything makes sense in reverse.
It's interesting the NQ and ES are lining up, even though ES is making new highs, new higher
Yeah,
highs. Oh, NQ is just like not that far, 30 points away. 70,
yeah,
no, 70 points.
yeah. See, the pessimist in me.
I hate trading all-time highs. I hate it.
Yeah, I hate it as well. But the pessimist in me says everyone is going to have that all-time high as their draw. Now, wouldn't it be really unfortunate if we just trade away from it? That's like the contrarian in me, because ultimately the market is designed to punish people, right? That's how I feel about it. And if it was just as easy as getting long every single day, everyone would be super rich.
Isn't everyone super rich?
Apparently on Twitter, everyone is super rich. Yeah,
That's all I
I,
see.
this everyone is super rich.
Yeah.
You know, how many times can someone post a car they don't own and get called out for it? It's just funny. Yeah, interesting. We got the open in 10. Everyone has a GT3 RS. Not me. Actually, I'm going to send Leo one just so that we have one together.
Have what?
A GT3 RS.
Oh, you're gonna buy me a car?
Yeah, I said on Twitter, remember? I'm going to ship you a GT3 RS so we can
Oh,
make
sick.
the PB trading thing.
Yeah,
Remember?
yeah. Right. Yep.
Yeah.
That'd be awesome because I'm buying my daughter a car today. So then,
Why are you not buying me a car then?
you just said you were buying me a car. Why would I buy you a car? You said you were buying me one.
I don't know. We just buy each other one. Mine would be cheaper than yours. GT3 RSs are expensive, bro.
Hmm. Okay, I'll buy you.
A Prius. Go on, say it.
Oh, I know a friend who's got a great Prius.
Yeah. I don't want
It's
Stowe's Prius.
gold. It's literally
don't-
gold.
I don't want Stowe's Prius. Sorry.
How do you know I was talking about Stowe?
I don't know. I just know. You said friend. He's like one of your closest friends. XY, sorry. XY would not drive a Prius. I just know that guy. He wouldn't.
XY would drive a Prius.
No, I don't believe it. Wake
I
him
don't
up.
think he would own one, but he would drive one.
Oh yeah, of course. Okay, then sorry. Let me let me respecify. I don't think he'd own one.
Tom, I'm from America, planet Earth.
America, baby. You can gift your 2013 VW Golf. I mean, I won't say no to money. Anyway, chat, how are we? How is everyone? Did anyone catch along into news? Because that's obviously super, super smart. Where am I from in the UK? I live in the middle. I actually do live in the middle.
I wonder if XYZ is a supercar guy. I don't think so.
I don't know, man. That guy just loves Baccarat.
I'm gonna have to start playing Baccarat so that I understand how to play whenever we go to the casino together.
Basically, closest to 9 wins.
Yeah. Is there strategy or is there a strategy?
Not really. You have to. I think you have to hit. There's no option. No, I think you can choose a card. I think you can choose to take a card or not if you pick player or banker. But basically, it's just player or banker and tie pushes. Or actually, in some places, it's a loss, but it's like the closest to 50-50. It's just a coin flip. But if you're smart like XY, you just farm comps. Like, you bet big when the pit boss is looking and low when he's not.
I think for me, I was just gonna, I'm just gonna try to play it just so I understand.
Yeah. It's one of those games you've got to just play. Yeah. Yeah. It's like
Now,
3-card poker.
are you much of a? Do you go to the casino? Like, what's the?
Not really. I don't really like the idea of just gambling my money,
Yeah,
but also if you're with the boys and it's a thing, then cool. But I'm not doing it for the money. Whatever money I'm getting out, I'm almost accepting that I'm not getting back. And if I walk away with it, it's a bonus, you know? But yeah, I'm not one of these people that will just, push the boat. I've done it a few times, but I've never felt good about it ever, even when I won. It's like so stressful. I'm like, fuck, I just need to walk away. So much money. It's like just never worth it.
I've
And I
only
just
well, I played poker, which I don't consider. It's to me, it's
no,
not
it's,
gambling.
it's gambling with an edge, isn't it? It's like kind of
Mathematically proven. Poker is a game that involves more than just the luck of the cards when you're playing with other people because you can get them to fold. You can play meta games with them. You can bet them out of their hands. You can bluff. There's all kinds of different strategy that goes into it than just here's your cards. Do you win or not?
yeah. Statistically, there's swings in either way with that. With
Yeah,
something
for
like
sure.
blackjack, statistically, you can just swing infinitely in the red.
Right.
Did you know it was our game in prop? We had colleagues that were in the World Series of Poker. Yeah, but can't you just pay to be in that? I think even I can just go in that. I'm gonna lose
Yes,
money,
it's
but
$10,000 entry. Yep.
yeah.
The main event is 10K. They do a lot of side events,
Yeah.
where you can pay like $1,000 to get a seat, right? So like you pay $1,000, you play a tournament with that $1,000, and the top 100 people get a seat or whatever.
Mm. Yeah, I watched it this year. It was quite cool, actually. What time's
Andy
it?
Duke was actually famous. So volume edge, you don't need cards. You can push someone off a hand. That's true. Andy Duke famously won a poker tournament without looking at her whole cards once.
Really?
Yep.
That's pretty fucking impressive, by the way.
Yeah. I mean, it definitely takes.
Did everyone else know that she didn't look?
No.
Oh, of course, because then you would just, yeah, that's silly, Kane. What time's XYZ on? I can call him now and get him out of bed if you want. I can leave.
Can you
No, I don't think I can.
do it?
No, I
Do
can't.
it.
I think he'd be angry at everyone, especially if the open's bad. He'd be like, "Why did you wake me up for this?" Oh, I just hit my knee on the table.
5 minutes.
Yeah.
I think we call XYZ right now and have the audio piped in. I'll do it. Crudele, I will call him. Want me to put it on speakerphone? No, I don't want to do that because he might say something bad.
Yeah,
imagine,
he would.
imagine me
He would
calling
definitely.
him, putting him on speakerphone with no idea.
Yeah, he would. Yeah, you'd have. It'd be funny. Powell must lower the rate big right now. Right now. Not. Don't even wait for the announcement. Just drop the bomb. We're dropping the rate by 5%. It's going negative. In fact,
I
borrowing
wonder if
money
he
will pay
thinks
you.
that does anything other than pander to his base.
But this is the thing, right? It's almost built this narrative now that like the rate cut is pandering to Trump, and that's not a good narrative to
Yes,
have.
exactly. Yeah. I
You
mean,
know?
I'm a big, the Fed should be independent.
Yeah,
That's
me
all I'll
too, me
say.
too. Yeah, I mean, look,
It should have independent, very, very much be independent. A lot of things in our political society are already corrupt enough. We don't need to worry about the Fed being corrupt, even if they potentially are already. I don't know. But
mm,
there should definitely be a clear separation, in my opinion.
do you know what I don't like is
It should be independently dismantled. Fair enough. Yeah. I mean,
but
whatever.
but why? I don't yeah, I mean, I don't want to get into it too much, but
Yeah, me neither.
the
I'm
logic of
just,
that doesn't make sense. Like this is and my reasoning for that is that everyone I think the Fed handled COVID pretty well, actually. I know a lot of people said that they lowered rates too slow.
yeah.
I think we come out of it pretty well, by the way. I think if they did it a lot sooner, we'd probably be in a worse spot now. Again, not massive on financial policy personally, so I'm not
Yeah.
sitting here professing to be an expert.
Well, that's
But
what we can do is we can LARP as macro experts while we wait for the market to open for the next 3 minutes.
sure, for the next 3 minutes, I'm a macro expert, okay? And everyone after that kind of sung Powell's praises, right? I think that he handled it well. He got pretty good commendation for handling it pretty well after the fact. And then Trump basically just said, this guy is an idiot. And now suddenly this guy is an idiot. It's like we forget about all the good he did or didn't do, right? So I'm still siding on the fact that I think he's a good guy. And I would actually rather him not lower rates. I know it's not his choice wholeheartedly, but I'd rather him just say, nah, we're holding the number. Because I think the market would love that and the market would go up from that, personally. Jerome is 100% an idiot. Statistically, that's just not true.
Good morning, Nick.
I'm not talking about initial reaction, by the way, from the number. I mean, the initial reaction, no one really knows what's going to happen. I mean, some days we get cuts and the market hates it, and some days we get like there's no like, oh, when we cut we go up and when we raise we go down. Like that's just not how that works. So I'm just saying, over the time that developed outside of that, I think the market would still go up.
Market's kind of designed to go up.
Of course, but it's not like we're going to get suddenly some big correction because he didn't raise rates, lower rates.
Yeah.
That's what I'm saying. The market's actually still going to continue its ultimately current strength and trend from the tariff low. It's hard to really, My bias right now, lower for higher, personally. But I don't know. I'm not going to touch this for a fair minute. I'm going to pass on that one, Fractal. Appreciate the offer, though.
Fractal Firmament. Is he still here? I saw his Discord PFP, and he sure looks a lot like Stone Cold Steve Austin.
Who is it?
Fractal Firmament.
Oh,
Or no,
really?
Frintintin, not Fractal. Sorry.
Okay.
I don't know if you're out there, Frintintin. There he is. Yes. Are you still short?
No, I closed.
You got stopped.
I didn't want to ride this and get caught in some run.
Mm-hmm.
That's not good though. I just got put into an order that I didn't, my TP order that I didn't cancel.
So what are you in now? Long or
So
short?
I'm currently long
All
from
right.
from 65.25. But
Pray for Kane's trade.
yeah, I'm going to close this. Imagine.
Whoops.
I got out. Nah, I got out. Thank God.
So for me, the stat from the stats we talked about last week on gap opens is we just open and straight started trading right towards the gap. So when this happens, the gap filling is pretty highly likely, even though I'm not going to get short just to get on the trade.
Just to get on it, yeah.
But it's going to keep me out of being long early in the morning. I mean, sure, along right now, VWAP could be great, but I'm just not going to take the trade.
Yeah. I mean, one thing I do really like today is that they are moving in the same direction. Yesterday, they were doing the complete opposite.
Right.
So that is a plus.
I'm going to adjust the width of these a little bit.
I mean, the ES sellers turned up today. This is probably one of the bigger opening ranges we've had in a few days, actually. Yeah. But I guess it's expected with it's annoying we had to run me out of that short. I'll be done now.
Well, there's two things you can do. You can cry.
I don't even want to hear the second option. I'm just going to cry.
And you can trade.
I think I might cry today. So what does this look like? Yeah. Just those expanding 4 hours.
Hey, should we beg for likes? Last time we had to give, I think XYZ was on Wednesdays. They've switched schedules a little bit. So we have Stowe coming after us. And I think last time we jammed XYZ with like 700 likes. And then he had to do the rough job of getting more.
So you really want to stick it to Stowe today?
Nothing I love better than sticking to my friends.
Who needs friends who needs enemies when you have friends like this, eh? That's to quote XY. Yeah, I think
that's a great quote, by the way.
That is great. I think you guys should definitely like the stream. So Stowe has to beg, quite literally, today for more. Didn't even take a low. Gone nowhere. Now it'd be even worse if we go to the high.
Kane, can you do Bitcoin, please? That was a request. the chat?
No, this is quite literally the market open. I'm more interested in trading the asset I like to trade than an asset that I couldn't care about long term, short term, mid term. Number goes up, and when it goes lower, buy more.
Let's see, Leah, this who structure a reoffer on that news pump candle. Yeah, you could make an argument for leaning against these 790s. Although when it has this kind of shelf look to it at the open, I just don't love that trade unless I'm already in a position and I'm adding to it. I don't know if that helps. I just hate to initiate from here a brand new position because I don't really have a lot of buffer. And the amount of times I've seen these little ledges get run, just like a little bit higher and then go, it just kind of has me on guard to avoid that. Now, if I was short from a peer, I'm adding to this trade. I'll do that quite frequently, but I'm not.
ES officially above, well, was for a
So
split
even that
second there.
little pop above it. Let's see if they I want to short this. But
Me neither, actually.
you do or don't?
No, I don't.
Damn, I should have taken it.
The thing that throws me is when when ES gets back above its opening range, like this is what ES looks like right now. It's like a lot stronger, and it just rebalanced all of this. So it's like sellers that were trying to take this lower, they're feeling some heat. So I don't know, but again, I'm just making assumptions. And also on NQ, if we come 5 points to taking a low, and then we fail to take that low, and ES gets above, I mean, I have no edge here. Like, what do I do?
Yeah.
Like, I short to this, it rallies, I get hurt. I long from here, and it corrects like this, I get hurt. I just, yeah, be patient.
That is the name of this game.
And also, we're 7 minutes into the open. I don't need to trade the first 7 minutes.
But you want to, right?
I mean, I'd like to be done on with my trading day as soon as possible, but
Get in, get out.
yeah,
We have to wait for 10 a.m.
we have to wait for 11 a.m. actually, but yeah, we
Oh,
do
is
wait.
that the new?
No. I'm just saying that's when we're on till. So, but yeah, 10 a.m. for me is just always just a higher probability trade if it presents itself. Doesn't necessarily mean it will. We may just go in one direction, but if NQ takes both of these lows that I marked out, like the current low and the data low, I'd be interested in longs from it, especially if ES is not doing that.
I mean, it's not far away from that prior week high.
Yeah, true.
900s. It could, it's almost like, yes, that's area of interest, but the area of interest is, yes, there's a gap fill. So 890s, let that get taken out and then see if we can't catch a bid from there. Because that would be a back test of the breakout of the range. And so if we do get a look at that prior day high back test and we find a bid in there, that would be kind of my scenario one trade to look for. But again, from an order flow perspective, we've got to find buyers down there and not just sell right through it. So it's for me, it's what happens when we get there, not just that we get there.
Agreed. Context is important, isn't it?
Yes. Chris also watching that. I want a fly there. I always want to push buttons. Yes.
I got in light here at 40.25.
All right.
ES coming out of the mid. I think he took out that data low, swept the opening low drive. If it's gonna do it, it should do it from here. And if not, I'm happy spending the $600 to be wrong. Yeah, and I'm wrong.
Would you know it? A trade
Well,
that doesn't work.
that's guaranteed, isn't it?
Well, not if you, I don't know. Have you been on Twitter recently, Kane?
I have, sadly, actually.
All of the trades work. Just saying. Must be a scammer. Must be a scammer if every one of his if he doesn't have a 100% win rate. I'm trying to refresh this chart. Looks like my opening range disappeared. There we go.
Hmm.
Pretty strong selling. I mean, we had the open, immediately started trading back to the gap, and nothing but selling on the tape. This is what these candles are showing, and the volume too. For me, one of the big parts, as you obviously know, is like volume for me is kind of a declaration of interest, right?
Yep.
So price is the advertisement mechanism, and volume is the confirmation. So volume for me, building volume, and that's what we're doing at the lower part of this range. For me, is just a confirmation that more participants are interested in conducting here.
Yes, it's just not moving though. It's throwing me off a little bit.
Let's see, what do we have at 10 a.m.? Final wholesale inventories, that's green, and then crude oil at 9:30 or 10:30. So nothing big. Oh, there's a 10-year auction at 1 East
Yeah, 101.
101. How do you keep track of economic events?
Forex Factory.
Okay, same.
Yeah. I mean, Forex Factory didn't have 10 a.m. news yesterday, but it's kind of what I don't really think they mattered that much yesterday. The 10 a.m.
Was it the jobs the recount from last year's jobs numbers?
Yeah. Yeah.
Do people still use squawks? Yes, I know that a lot of people do.
Do you know what? I actually really used Squawk during the tariff stuff because it was just impossible to keep up with. Like
Right.
it was so hard. And I reactivated my Squawk just to use it for that. When I was at my PC, I had my Squawk on all the time. And to be honest, it saved me a few times.
I can't trade with the squawk just because of how frequently they cut in.
Yeah, 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 yeah.
It's like, okay, well then what's important if it's all important? If squawks disturb my WY energy.
WY. The what?
You're gonna have to clarify that, Fractal.
Yeah, de-acronym that one.
I think that's the only place he tweets is on Truth Social or communicates, I guess. It's not a tweet because it's not Twitter.
True. That is very true. No tweets. I might go for this again. Stop is double the size this time though.
So taking out that data low, was that kind of the trigger for the idea on the entry?
Yeah, also just ES was just grinding in its mid. So like typically once it trades back through the high, for me, like through the opening range high, for me, if it starts to find support at the mid, just on the 30-second, especially after that drop, I favor that entire move actually being held because yeah, I mean it's just what I favor. But the data low is obviously a contributing factor because, like, the way I look at it is anyone that got long before and didn't close is now facing that emotional choice to is this going to go a lot lower or is it going to carry on higher from here? And they most likely close their position because that's how psychology works.
Someone you don't know then, some of my psychology then, because I would just add to the trade.
Yeah, but you're not just, you know.
I'd be like, oh, I just got these prices offered to me again. Okay.
Yeah, yeah, no, I'm in agreement with you. I bought two here, basically 30s. And they
Speaking of
immediately drop
volume,
at 15. Fucking hell. Go on.
somebody was asking about roll. So contract expiration. So you're going to roll when the volume in the December contract is greater than the volume in the September contract. Usually that's going to be on Friday or most likely Sunday night or Monday. So typically I'll roll either Sunday night or Monday morning. Ninja will prompt you as well.
Yeah. Okay, ES is moving. NQ is.
Ninja, I believe they have a volume. Yes, they do have a volume-based rollover too.
Yeah, we had this conversation yesterday, didn't we? I asked you, do you roll on volume or open interest? You said volume.
No, for instance, I use another a different one. We're working on creating one for Ninja, actually. That will take some time.
I really don't want to see this roll here.
I am Team Kane on this long. I'm hoping it works for you.
Appreciate you, brother. Where's the 5-minute mid? What's the number?
It is 23,966.
Oh, because the ES is now above its opening range, holding.
ES is a lot stronger than NQ, huh?
Well, I mean, it's not really going anywhere, but it is
Does
slowly
ES
going
really go
up.
anywhere though? I mean, let's be honest.
Yeah.
Does it really ever go anywhere?
I mean, some days it can really fucking move.
Mm.
But yeah, I mean, overall, no. But it obviously does because we've
Yeah,
rallied to 6,500.
right.
So,
Yeah.
which is just crazy to even think about. We have a new 5-minute candle here, and I definitely don't want to. Yeah, I will close this, especially with it being this close to 10. I'd rather be flat than take an L here, because I would then just wait for the next retrace. But no, my luck, it will trade and it will be the low. There you go. I just need ES to there. Wow.
Whoa. Whoa.
Good close from me.
Nice little flush.
Yeah, I don't know what happened there though.
All right.
ES
So we got this
is
back test of prior week high. A little bit of exhaustive activity, but we're still pushing. So let's see if they start lifting out of here. I want to chase this, but I feel like I'm going to have to. It came right to that level.
yeah, I did, yeah. 900s almost, well, actually to the tick.
And that's going to irritate the. Trying to keep it PG-13 here.
It's gonna irritate the heck out of you.
Oh, worse than that.
Oh. Yeah. Well, for what strength ES was showing, it evaporated with that move.
Gone.
I think ES had the conversation was like, "Oh, you guys really want to know how weak I can be? Let me show you." Yeah, I won't touch this now till 10. I just want to see the hour, and then hopefully I get involved off the low. That would be nice.
Damn.
Damn, they did it again.
That's just a missed opportunity on my part. Just a little bit of hesitation.
So this is the real offer I would want to take, but the stop is it's 116 ticks, which is a little bit too big for my liking.
Yeah, Joseph. I'm off the trade. I didn't even take it. You're right. You are 100% right. Joseph, what
also
I'm going to
nice.
do after this is head to the ladies' room and put on the feminine products.
Gonna come back, Leanne.
Just atone for not being a man and taking that trade.
Kane, how much you risk on a 50K account? It depends, bro. It really depends. Like some of my trades are just super small risk, so I can risk more. Like
That's how you
minis.
that's how you get Shab to come out of the chat. You said something like that. Oh, Shab's watching. You know what? Let's just jump in this.
Oh yeah, you want that real Leanne. What's wrong with that?
Leanne,
Maybe that's Leo on a weekend. There'd be nothing wrong with that. I don't think it's true, but
nope. Nope. They said nope.
yeah.
I'll wait for
Nice.
10.
CFTC got a spoofer with no strings on his trade executions.
Oh yeah, Daddy's gonna get his Ferragamos.
We need something for Leo to get those glasses from Kane. See that immediate.
Just streamer girl Leanne. Maybe Leo would dress up as a girl if we get 1,000 likes.
I will not. Trust me on that. Streamer boy Leo is funny enough. We're not doing Leanne. That's just not going to happen.
Fuck me. Yes, it's not left his 30-second opening range. It legitimately has left it for a point and come straight back. Smash the likes. Let's get to 500 likes before 10. We got 4 minutes. That's really easy. We can do that. We 100% can do
500?
that. Yeah, easy. We're at 400 and something.
If you get to 500, we'll both take the same trade. We'll talk about it. We'll take it.
The 5-minute mid? I'm not sure.
I don't know.
If it goes back there.
Because you'd be shorting new highs in the S.
Yeah. I don't really care about showing new highs. I'm normally okay with that, but yeah. I'm just leaning a bit more bullish. I think it really depends on the Ferragamos that Pax wears to whether I would like a pair or not.
They have a pretty wide selection.
Oh, they do? Oh, I don't know. What's the global merge policy you guys use on Ninja? Don't think that question was for me.
No idea.
502 likes.
Edgy always has a
just the
losing
best.
day when he forgets to hit the like button.
Yeah. It happens. Raz, I agree with you. However, ES is just a million miles away from its 4-hour swing. And I would just really love it if they just 10 o'clock, they open it close to the low, ticket, rally it out. I mean, this market's like it's legitimately just gone down. It would have been nice to stay in my short, but my short was here, stop above here, would have got ticked out. Just buy and sell your stop, I guess.
That sounds sexy when you say it, but in reality, it doesn't always work like that.
Yeah, short life. JMMs are some of the best sunglasses you can buy. I will agree with. It's an experience, actually.
An experience?
If you buy them in store, yeah, it's like a full-blown experience. It's like buying a,
What kind of
luxury
experience
bag.
came?
A great one, Leo. A great one. Buy some and find out.
Okay.
In fact, I've got a few pairs. You can have one of mine, but just no experience.
I get the glasses, no experience.
Yeah.
Rough.
Rough, indeed. Yeah, I really favor that 10 a.m. sweep now. So if 10 a.m., if we take 9 at 10 and reclaim, we're gonna buy it.
That's what, yeah. I mean, I'll do it with you. We had the 500 likes.
Yeah, we got the 500 likes.
So, um, sweep, sweep,
Sweep of
sweep it.
900s. You wanted to buy 900s anyway, right? So you're actually getting what you want.
I did.
Yeah. This feels like a bit of a
Sweep
cheat.
it, close the
Maybe we
gap,
just maybe we break
reclaim.
out. Yeah. Maybe we trade the breakout, right? From 900s lower.
That
I'm not doing it. It was a joke before you taking up on it.
So reality, we've had 74-point range after, if you consider this first 2-second dump as not tradable.
Buying it suddenly out of nowhere.
Suddenly the buyers show up. Kane, I don't know about this
This sweep, yeah. I don't know
the
about it
sweep
either
thing.
now. Yeah. We should
Not
have just
sure.
bought.
I'm not sure.
I don't know. ES has done this twice already. It's now making a new high in the true session. NQ is a million miles away. If for whatever reason ES just has a little hiccup again, we see a new low on NQ, which I will look to buy.
Neither long, neither short. Currently flat. We're going to all-time high now. And both ES and NQ. What happens if we don't?
I think ES is currently, I mean, on the day it's all-time high.
It's 10 points away from the overnight.
Yeah. You still class 8:30 news as overnight?
Wait, what?
You class the 8:30 news as the overnight high? Like,
Yes.
it was just a question. It wasn't like me
Yes.
saying, "Oh, you actually do that." Yeah, I didn't know if it was like on news days. Then like, there's a big news driver. Then you don't use that. You just use the previous high or the high after.
No, I
don't know. Yeah.
the duration of time between the Globex Open,
And New York Open. Yeah. RTH.
1800 EST until RTH Open, that range.
Yeah.
But do you split? So I guess question for you: do you split the like Asia from the London sessions ranges? Like, do you mark out the highs and lows of those ranges?
Yeah, but very rarely, like we wouldn't take out the Asia range during London. Like it's super rare, right?
That we don't.
Yeah, because
Okay.
Asia is notoriously tight, and if it's not
Don't I know it?
okay, you just fully threw my fucking thought process. The Asia range is notoriously tight, and London usually deviates outside of the range and plays back in, usually to midnight or 50% of the range. And if it doesn't, it usually means that Asia expanded or had some volatile driver. At that point, I just don't even care about London, and then I arrive in New York with some sort of bias.
Okay, so when you come into the RTH session, do you still have those ranges marked?
Yes. Yeah, I've
Both the
indicated them
Asia
marked.
and the Euro ranges.
I don't mark out the Euro range because I can just see it with my eyes. That's like the truth. But yeah, they are significant to me. So for example, today I'm just like data low, data high because the London low is on ES is 2 points off of the Asia low. So it's like, we get there. I'd want both. I wouldn't want either. I wouldn't want just one, Where on the same actually with NQ. I wouldn't want us to rally off of 882 versus 873.
Yeah.
This is a 5 minute OR.
I'm watching it.
Tell me if we're gonna take it, I'll take it with you. Don't leave me in the lurch though. Like, yeah, I'm in, and it's 20 points away.
No, I'll tell you. Very highly sus.
Sus. There's a lot of buying.
Sus. Well, there is buying, but it's not going. So I'd like to see that.
Is that selling?
But the problem is that ES is in a spot where it can easily just run.
Hmm.
All right, let's try it. I'm in.
Yeah, that's what I watched. Where just stop? 80.
I'll click out of this before we get there, hopefully. I hate this trade.
I mean, ES literally just rallied out of nowhere.
Yeah, I'm gonna get out of this.
Yeah, that was our one trade. That was the 500 like trade. Cost me a
$200.
yeah. If we get back below 6.8 though, I would actually look to take it.
Don't like the short here again. Yeah, I mean, I don't either. I'm starting to like it better now that we're just doing nothing.
Yeah. Oh gosh. Kane. Yeah, I'm actually in this now. From 6.7. Don't know how my entry got in at 6.7. I messed that right up. Yeah, my stop's above the high. I should be in at 6.8, but we move. ES is just fucked, bro.
Yeah. Yeah, ES is gonna keep me out of this.
Yeah, well, again, and ES literally just has a 1.1 second candle, which
Do
is
you
a
love
lot
that?
for ES.
Do you love that when you jump in a trade and it's just like, nope, going the other way?
Oh, I moved this. That's just so annoying. Yeah, I'm not touching it.
Damn.
Damn, in fucking deed. That is annoying. I completely fucked up my entry as well. That's the really worst part.
Are you still in?
No, I'm not. I should have just bought my stop both times. Oh.
You mean sold it?
Yeah, sold it in this instance. Yep.
If this goes, the people in OFL are just gonna roast me for fumbling my own trade.
You just take it, mate, because it's going. It's basically gone. Yeah. See, this is a trade that I would just chase and I would get hurt on these retraces, expecting it to just die. And in the rarity that it does just die, I feel great, but I never feel great about these in the long run. Would you take it again? Because it touched the other side. No.
No, it hasn't touched the other side of the OR.
Oh yeah, no. Sorry. I had a different level marked.
Got filled 300 lots here, 956.
What a poor execution day for me. It happens though. But honestly, at this point now, if we go back, I'm almost expecting ES to just keep grinding because there's nothing bearish about it right now.
Yeah.
In fact, there's completely nothing bearish about it. Why do we think the 300 lot guy gets squeezed off the high? Is it inside my typical model? Ultimately, the 5 minute trade was just a thing that me and Leo agreed to. We said that we would take the same trade. I just stuck to that. I I don't like the. I basically I want to play to this hourly low, because ES is looking strong. However, at some point it will either take the high or fold. NQ is piss weak right now, and I tried to long off the low. We got break even. It was a good break even for me. And then I want to see 10 run that. But right now, the short bias here is the same logic because ES10 took out 9. So for me, I would want to see ES return, and doing that from the midpoint is a good trade. And then we have that 15-minute high. This was the high where I was looking to trade 2 from the low. We hit that area, and naturally I then want to trade away from that to this low so I can then get long, and then on the anticipation that ES picks up strength. So yes and no. I'm just doing it super low time frame because we aren't actually going anywhere. Are you watching it?
Mike, I don't know. I don't trade gold. Do you trade gold? Okay.
Me?
Yeah.
No, never. I'm sure, like, and I say this to a lot of people, I'm sure the way I trade works on a lot of different things, but like, I don't know how it trades. So for me, if I don't know how it trades, I can't get comfortable sitting in drawdown when I don't know that it does work, you know? Oh, dead boring. Kane, how many L's so far? One? No, two with that 5 minute trade. Two. Kane L equal S activated. What does that mean? Are you green for the day? I'm more or less flat on the day, to be honest. I caught a short during London but then I'm basically just gave it back with these two trades.
Do you prefer to play from the short side, Kane?
Yeah, 100%. Yeah. Notoriously, I like to trade retracements or like 50% pullbacks.
Mm-hmm.
And on a bullish asset, typically you either need to be super patient, which I'm not all of the time, or you just have to take shorts. And I'm a short guy. Dead body setup. Look at the ES profile. I have no idea what that means, but I'm sure Leo does.
It's not. It's not a dead body setup.
There we go. I'm up $44 balling. It's better than being down, brother. Um, does it change my short bias? Not really, because I can't get long from I can only get long from this low. Ultimately, the long that I was trying to take is the long that I should have been in. I just closed because I didn't want to see it retrace into 10, and then it rallied out of here before 10. 10 just took us straight out. But when we open up so close to the lows, 30 points for me, I want to see that retrace into those lows. Um, so yeah, doesn't really change for me, to be honest. I can't get long unless a new low gets taken and ES has taken out an hourly high. And yeah, I don't necessarily want a short ES all time high. Hence why I'm going hourly 5.15 instead of hourly 15.30. But that's just typically the way I trade. This mid's holding up, eh?
Yeah, I mean, we're just trading around it right now. Leo, why not draw your per day high with its true all-time high? I don't understand that. The weekly, the all-time high is back here. So that's 2468. Are you referring to last week's high of 902? I mean, we talked about the trade. I made a mistake on it. I mean, I didn't take it here, and then when I did take it kind of around the middle of this push, I just got stopped out of it.
Yeah, there's just a complete lack of anything for me here, other than that 5 minute mid, and ES is starting to roll. Not for long, most likely. Would you look to take when the anchored VWAP and a 24-hour VWAP like this, they
Right
align?
here.
Yeah. Do you get more bullish there? Or bearish, obviously, from the underside?
Not necessarily. I mean, it's the context.
Yeah, of course.
I'm not really interested in trading in the middle of this range.
Yeah, neither.
But if we were coming off of like a really strong low or a really strong high, then I would leverage that anchored VWAP from the leg a little more.
Yeah, yeah.
But, I don't really consider this like a really strong low. what would get me short at this point. ES taking out the overnight high and rejecting would give me some context to look for a potential short. So a failure, we take out the high and we fail it would be kind of what I prefer to look for if, looking for a short. But right now, it looks pretty bullish until otherwise.
Yeah, I agree.
Your prior day high is actually lower than the highest price that was traded yesterday. I don't know what you mean.
Oh, he's trying to
Yesterday's
say the level
yester-
is wrong.
yesterday's high was right here. We can see it right on this wick.
I am going to make an assumption here and say
Please.
that it's most likely because your level is the RTH level. No? Or it's just the daily level.
Let's see. So this was the high.
Two.
Go to.
Oh yeah, that's
This was after hours.
No, that's
This last half hour or this last hour.
Yeah. That's
yeah.
all. That's all after 4.
We use the RTH session cash.
Yeah. So that's what I'm saying. They're
We don't
assuming,
use after hours.
Yeah.
The level here is the prior week high and the breakout of this range. That was, we can zoom in a little bit. This was last week's high. And the range that the range high that we've been kind of balancing around. So I don't really consider this bounce from, some high that was made in the last hour with no liquidity, no volume as the reason for, a trade to, or a market to bounce. This is much stronger context for me than, like a 2-lot trade that took us to whatever this price was in the last 45 minutes of the session. Because that would actually be 921. So if we mark it out, this guy right here, this level right here would be what you would consider prior day high if you use the full 24-hour session. And there's no liquidity during this time. So the volume that's required to move this market from 890, which was yesterday's cash high, to 921, that 40 points, this literally requires, 5, 10, 20 lots of, aggressive buying to move it this. There's no major positioning taking place or volume. So that's for that reason we don't use that last hour because it's more or less just irrelevant. It's just closing trades, settlement trades, things like that just are, there's no liquidity, there's no volume during that time.
We are in no man's land, by the way. Just so boring. That day alone. Go on.
Yeah, Phoenix, I agree. Like, obviously with myself, but not everybody's going to agree with the way that, the way I mark out my RTH levels. I consider RTH to be open at the bell, closed at the bell. I'm going to use that last hour. Let's just wait for ES to take out the overnight high, Kane, make a new all-time high, and then we go to zero.
Yeah, I just absolutely hate it because when ES goes like all-time high mode, it just doesn't go down. It just doesn't. That's so sad to say that, but it's like
It's going to go down today, though.
Let's hope so. Let's hope we get there before 11 because it's not looking promising. We're just going nowhere.
Yeah.
But yeah, this is why swing trading is better. Yeah, I mean, it's always better to just buy and hold the asset long term. But you can do both, by the way. Yeah, the thing is like, and you know what, I'll say this for everyone's benefit is some of my best trades are trades that I really don't want to take because they look awful. And then when they get on side, they just don't look back. They're the best trades. So like sometimes it does get really uncomfortable to be buying a low. You're like, oh, this is awful, this is awful. And then all of a sudden it jumps 20 points and you're like, whoa, I'm great. But
I'm a genius.
Yeah, but it just depends on how you trade and what the data really on your trading says. You see how I didn't use the word model? But yeah, it's, I would love to be able to find out if everyone's model it goes up and to the right. Me and Leo spoke about this at length, but the reality is I don't have time to figure out if everyone else's stuff works. I just had time to figure out if my stuff worked, and I just stick to that. It's like, okay, today, let's just zoom out a little bit. I was buying in the right place. I just didn't nail the bottom, and actually, I got stopped break even before the low. Okay, was that a bad trade? Well, not now. If we went a lot lower, then yeah, it's a really bad trade. So, everyone gets like really like super bearish at lows and super bullish at highs. Like I can't even tell you how many comments have been like, yeah, we're going all-time high today. Cool. Then you trade that. Do you know what I mean? Me neither, Kyle. Me neither.
Everybody's model goes up and to the right.
Yeah. Kane, I got burned like that a lot. Kane, I got burned like that a lot as a beginner.
Burn like what?
Trying to buy lows and highs. I don't know. Well, I don't know. I don't know. Yeah, I don't really know. But you just have to be able to prove that your model works in a up, a down, and a sideways market. If it works in those three and you can draw expected value from taking a trade, a pattern, or whatever, then why wouldn't you take the trade 100 times out of 100? Even if the expected value is 5% a year.
Nick is getting spicy shorty, yes.
Yeah, but before the high, my boy. I also like pain, Nick. I also like pain.
Seems like it's working.
Yeah, buying at highs and selling at lows, bad decision. I mean, look, on assets like NQ and ES, if you can swing trade the highs and lows, you're, especially the highs, you're probably going to make money in the long term. It's just, but yeah, XY is going to turn up with a gazillion points in profit. Bro, that guy's asleep.
He hasn't even woken up yet.
He's probably just waking up. I was a tiramisu a couple of weeks ago. Shab sent me cologne, like aftershave, that was named tiramisu. Like she found a photo of one and sent it to me. She's like, "Hey, this is your new scent." Do you know what? Actually, I'll expand on that conversation a little bit more. There was a guy that sent me some data that suggests that over the period of a year he wins, he makes like 55%, but 70% of the time he's wrong. He said, "What do you think about it?" I mean, I can't argue with the data, right? It is what it is. But I said to him, "Can you deal with losing 70% of the time? Because I probably can't. You know, not everyone can deal with losing that much. However, if you
Yeah, you
know
have
that,
to deal with the variance of, look at a win rate that's 70% or 30% win rate and realize that mathematically speaking, you're going to have to withstand, 10 losses in a row.
yeah,
That's going to happen.
yeah, exactly. Statistically, it's going to happen, and I don't know if a lot of people could cope with that. I couldn't, and I'm fully aware of that. You know,
Right.
so. But like if someone said to you, "Hey, I have a strategy that makes 55% a year. Do you want to trade it?" It sounds a lot better when you don't know the win rate, you know? Um you'd be like, "Yeah, yeah, yeah. Okay, cool. Well, you're gonna have to take 11.
Yes.
You're gonna have to take 10 losing trades at some point in the year." I don't know. I think I'll pass. And actually you might sign up for it. And then when you're on the seventh losing trade, you're like, holy heck, does this even work? You know? So everything is contextual, and just because it works for someone doesn't mean it works for someone else.
When are you
The end.
releasing the Kane tiramisu bubble bath range?
2000 and never. Actually, I probably could release that because you guys seem to love it. I'll just benefit off of the fact that you guys love tiramisu. Great business idea, to be honest. I personally won't be using it. One, because I don't really. I made the rookie mistake of not buying a bath that was big enough for me. So my bath is. It's just not a big bath. It's not massive. So.
Well, I've enjoyed the 5-minute opening range and doing nothing inside of it.
Yeah. Same, actually. Not. I've enjoyed being here with you, you know?
I have a saying that goes a little something like this. This first hour bar, half hour is the A period, right?
Mm.
I'm on a 60-minute chart, but B period is inside of A period. And so I have a saying that when B is inside of A, it's time to F off for the day.
Yeah, that makes sense.
That's literally a saying. It's been years. So
When you mean F off, what do you mean? Sorry. Could you just elaborate?
leave the chat, mate. Leave
Leave
the
the
chat.
chart, mate. What's my favorite sweet treat or dessert? Um, just flapjack, to be honest. I love a good flapjack, which a lot that's not even an American thing. What's a flapjack in America?
A pancake?
Yeah, exactly.
Eduardo, yes. I have written and backtested a very specific strategy with the 5-minute opening range mid. That's the green line. And that's a trade that I take, a specific trade that I take. And then the 5-minute opening range in general for NQ just allows me to slow down a little bit and not, jump, as Joe would say, with the dragon, like a dragon with a hemorrhoid into the
Like
markets.
flapjacks and pancakes are different, by the way. A flapjack is like a very thick granola bar made with like a lot more butter.
Wait,
So
what?
yeah. You've just never had it?
No.
Yeah, it's crazy good, by the way. But it's more like a treat. It's not like a dessert where a tiramisu is like a dessert. I don't know anyone that just cracks open a tiramisu to have as a treat during the day.
What? Hang on. Flapjack? Said like British flapjack?
Yeah, it's just oats, butter, and syrup. Yeah, it's basically all it is.
It sounds disgusting.
Honestly, it's really fucking good.
It's like a granola bar.
I just said that, yeah, but it's really fucking good. It's probably like my go-to, but I'm not like massive. Other than chocolate, yeah, that thing looks like a Rice Krispies treat. Yeah, that's also what they're called. I asked ChatGPT this just now.
But it has granola in it, so it can't be a Rice Krispie treat. It's
Are there
sticky
any-
and soft.
Okay, listen. Are there any English people or people that live in the UK that
I'm
know
English,
what I'm on
mate.
about? I'm
I
English,
speak
mate.
English.
Fuck off. No, you're American. You're as American as they come. These guys are having a blast speaking about flapjacks.
I mean, this is the thing.
What do you want me to speak about? The fact that NQ hasn't gone anywhere for the last 1 hour and 35 minutes. Oh, sorry, hour and 5 minutes.
It's Nick's fault.
You're flat at 53.5. Oh, of course, you bought the low, Nick. Congratulations.
No, he was short.
Yeah,
Daddy's home.
he bought it. He still bought the low. He covered the low. 53.5. He's just a boy, and he top of the opening range.
Can you elaborate on your opening range strategy? If you go to my Twitter and search 5-minute OR, you will see a very long, very detailed write up, as well as some of the stats from the back testing over the last 5 years. It's literally on my Twitter.
Stowe, show me your runner. Yeah, Stowe, are you long? He's long. He definitely
he
got
here?
long, yes. Someone, I don't know, someone said, Stowe, show me your runner. I didn't see a Stowe message.
I haven't
in the
seen
chat.
Stowe in the chat.
Stowe, are you here?
That's going to get clipped.
Oh, it wasn't until you said that. So you're just an ass, to be honest.
That's going to get clipped.
I'm just not saying anything. That's also going to get clipped.
I don't know. They haven't been on their game.
Yeah.
Um,
They've been slacking on the clippage.
on the clippage. Oh,
Guys, you didn't hear this, but production clapped back in our ear
production
just
is
now.
back here talking
They clapped.
mad shit against us right now. Oh, they said
Kevin, put the microphone on the stream and say that
it's
again.
not our fault you haven't said anything worth clipping. Fair enough.
We're going on strike, chat. Till we get an apology, we're going on strike.
No trades until apology. Actually, we won't even speak. 22 minutes of silence until XY comes on.
Well, no, it's Stowe today, no?
Mm.
Oh, no, it's XY because it's Wednesday, yeah. Sorry.
No, it is Stowe. It is Stowe because
Fuck, I'm
Stowe and
confused.
XY switched yesterday or Tuesdays.
Production, is that true?
Stowe is coming on. You could never. We actually made a joke that if you're in a trade, you can't speak. And then I was like, well, then Stowe's sessions would be silent. Stowe's sessions would be silent.
Yeah, it's actually true.
Ah.
TF, all the homies hate YM, brother. No one trades that thing. They almost hate it as much as the RTY.
Stowe is after us. I bet he's long from the low.
But ES is, I hope not, because ES is just crumbling.
Oh, yeah, he's trading ES now.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, Stowe. There would not even be a good morning, chat.
Morning.
Have you ever tried jellied eels?
No.
Is that an English thing?
It's like a seaside thing, yeah. Like if you go down to the coast, which I live in the mid, like when I said I live in the middle of England, I actually live the furthest away from the coast you can. And
Like how many hours? Like by
two and a
car?
half, 2.5 hours.
Oh, that's not far.
It's not far, but like I'm pretty sure like you could ask anyone else, and that it's probably less than 2 hours to some sort of water.
So you're like just legit in the middle.
Yeah, look, this is gonna like dox my county, but I live in Bedfordshire, and Bedfordshire is the only county that you have to drive through two other counties to get to the coast. It's the only one. Yeah. Kane, do you golf? Very badly. Sometimes. Couldn't really be called golf. Yeah, I don't live near Luton, thank God. Actually, that's a lie. I do live near Luton, but I don't actually live close enough to Luton to say Luton. Yeah, that is true. Nothing is far by car. You live about 80 meters from the beach. I love that for you.
It's actually pronounced Bedfordshire.
Bedfordshire. How are you going to tell me what my county's pronounced like?
That's what the chat has told me.
Yeah, they're lying. I mean, it is officially pronounced that, by the way, but no one calls it that.
Actually,
Actually, we've actually gone nowhere, by the way. 8:30 candle was the high and low of the day.
that's why I said when B is inside of A, you F off for the day. That's the rule.
Yeah, fair. Kane giving away his location. I'm gonna be honest. I've had several people message me like, "Yo, bro, do you live here?" And I'm like, "No, definitely not." And like, I'm like, "What makes you say that?" "Oh, I saw you driving there," and I'm just like, "It's a bit too close for comfort."
I'm super introverted. If somebody saw me like in public and was like, "Yo, Leo," I'd be like, hey, see you later. I'm just going this way.
Yeah.
Don't talk to me."
Kane, my cousin Campbell lives in Orpington, Kent. If you see him, please say I said hello. Bro, I live so far away from that place. And also, I have no idea what Campbell looks like. But I will. If I see him, I will say hello.
Are you a tiramisu hater like Kane? Yes, we covered that last week. Any advice for an American who wants to live in England? Visa stuff is impossibly hard.
See, also the chat try and bait me with the town I grew up in by saying, "Hey Kane, I'm in Biggleswade," which sounds like a made up place, and I get that. But that is actually where I grew up, but I don't live there now. So you can go to Biggleswade to hunt me down. You just won't find me. Kane gets security. Listen, I can guarantee you, you would only knock on my door once. Alex, I'm doing good, brother. I'm absolutely bored, lifeless with this market right now. NQ is just not moving. ES is got a mind of its own. And as Leo said, when
B,
fuck, I forgot it. B is inside of A, you fuck off for the day.
you said the F word. I didn't say it.
You did say it. You actually did say it.
I said you F off for the day. I didn't say the F word.
We're grown ups, Leo. You can say it.
Okay,
Your wife isn't listening. You can say it.
but
Black
my
pudding.
son could be watching.
You think he is?
They watch sometimes. I don't know.
Okay, sorry. I took it back. I didn't even say it.
No, I don't. He's probably watching Minecraft.
Fair. Probably more entertaining at this point.
Is that a pencil? Are you a pencil user? I have a pencil. Would you like it? So B is the first half hour of the session, or sorry, A is the first half hour of the session. B is the next half hour. Pencil enjoyer. Fair. British pens versus American pencils.
Why is it versus? Why can't we be on the same team for once? Suits you guys sometimes, you know?
I'm pretty sure there was an issue many, many years ago. That's why we have a thing called July 4th.
Yeah, but since then we've been on the same team. What are you on about?
Yeah.
I mean, we let you have your country back. What's the problem?
Can you please change your backlighting to get green? Yeah, hang on.
No, make it red. No, make it red. Make it red. Make it red.
Wait, why is it not working?
It's green. It's green and blue.
It is. Oh, the thing didn't catch up. Okay, green. Go.
Isn't this a lab model? No, there's nothing here, bro. I mean, we should have been long, basically. We tried
From
to.
here. Yeah. From 905.
Yeah, that's where we tried to get long, and we failed.
Talked about it. We fumbled it. And market's just grinding, so there's nothing for us to do.
On today's, like today, it sucks to suck. And
it does really suck to suck.
And we suck
there's
today.
Really no other there was no real other opportunity besides that one trade.
Yeah,
and
we suck.
In the mid trade, that didn't really work. And we suck.
Yeah, the end. I'll move on.
Period.
And I'll come back tomorrow, and I'll try not to suck.
You won't be here tomorrow, Kane. You don't stream on Thursdays.
But I will come back tomorrow to the market. Just not to NinjaTrader. And if we don't get 1,000 likes, I just won't come back ever.
That's a lie. You'll come back.
That's a lie. I'll be back next Wednesday. But pretend you didn't hear that and just like the stream, please. And also, we're slowly gaining subscribers. We need 4,000 more subscribers. And Leo will get a pair of glasses from me. It's the first time I've said that. So it's real now.
It's recorded. And now we have video and audio evidence.
Tomorrow, we have a cool dual stream for Trade the Open with Nick and Chris. That does sound pretty cool, actually.
Nick and Chris, followed by Pax, and then Leo and XY on Friday.
Yeah. Leo and XY. That one's going to be crazy. You guys haven't been on in a minute.
Pax is a rock star.
Yeah, it's kind of boring watching us after that.
Right? Pax is into it.
Dow is dumping.
I love it.
Yeah.
I love the excitement.
Who wants to buy the Dow? Honestly.
Not me. This is the best morning trade stream by far. We haven't taken a trade except for a loser. One losing trade. Two losing trades. Sorry.
Oh. But even the losing trade, we haven't really gone anywhere from that losing trade, so we just closed it prematurely.
I got stopped out of the long. I did legit get stopped out of my trade.
Yeah,
I think you did you break even it? Yeah.
It was quite literally the low, like when it made this low, I went break even, made the low. And I was just a pussy, and then I wouldn't retrade it. But the stop was too big for me at that point. Can we speak on affiliates and FinTwit with Pax?
Why?
Well, what do you want to know about affiliates? And do you want his take on it?
Should we just talk about trading?
Prop affiliates that are online and influencers. Sure. Yes, from a pit and old school thought. I mean, I can tell you what he'll think. He said it before. Trade real prop and real money. That's basically what I'll say. The shorten down version. Your Twitter is full of rebate discussions right now. Interesting times.
May you live in interesting times.
You know what's not interesting, Leo? The
This
chart.
market.
Yeah, the charts. It's very not interesting right now.
I feel bad, honestly, for Stowe.
I don't. Let's get more likes in so he has a hard time.
Yeah. Give us last 10-minute boost in likes. Get us up to that 700 mark. And let's make sure that Stowe is welcomed with a proper full-on like fest. He is preparing. I see him in the production room, the green room, as they call it.
Looking more red today, though.
He heard me say that and just left his desk.
Yeah,
He's
he
like, F this.
quite
I'm out."
literally got up and left as soon as we spoke
Peace.
about him. He's like, you guys think I'm here? Nah, fuck off. I'm off. Yeah, what volume are your candles?
Me?
Is there another
these,
Leo?
These, yes, there are, but there's only one. Leo.
There's only one we care about.
It's a 1,000 volume. I split between. I usually am in a range between 500 to 1,000.
We'll get some monster move at 3 p.m. Maybe.
A monster move at 3 p.m. What happens at 3?
The monster move time.
The monster. I hope it does.
Me
Boys
too,
will
actually.
be on the stream, able to trade. Yeah, ES does look pretty weak for those saying it's going to go down. The shoe is about to drop. 65.42 incoming. I love how Nick was all proud of his exit. And now we're 5 points lower.
Yeah, how do you like them apples?
How do you like that, Nick?
Mm.
Nick for one tick.
Nick for 5 points, apparently.
Nick and XYZ trade the close doesn't have a good price action history. I mean, that was 30 minutes ago. Okay. I like
Okay.
your efficiency though.
I mean, Nick, let's be honest. You've signed trades for longer for a lot less. I've watched them close sometimes, brother. So I know you've got it in you.
Who needs enemies when you have friends like this?
It's all love, though. It's all love. Kane, are you going to the prop trading expo in London? I am.
There's a prop trading expo.
There is a prop trading expo in London on the 20 something of something.
What do they do at a prop trading expo?
Well, I can only imagine talk about prop.
You don't think they talk about Ferragamo shoes?
They will when I'm there. No, but I am going. I am. You wasn't invited, Nick. You're more than invited. I will personally get you a VIP ticket. So I would be disappointed if you didn't turn up now.
The monster move is on the monster move calendar. I love that. I love that.
So 3 p.m. now is the monster move time.
It's on the
Okay.
monster move calendar.
Okay. Does it
We
only
need to
happen on
call.
the
You know who we
10th?
need to call?
I don't know. Who do
We
we
need to call Forex Factory and have them put the monster move on the calendar.
I'm going to get into HTML edit right now because I have nothing better to do.
Monster chop. That is absolutely true.
There you go. It's official. It's on Forex Factory now.
What was that, like you injected HTML into the inspect element?
Yeah.
That would be hilarious.
Give me a minute. I'm going to give Stowe my screen. Oh, here he is.
Gentlemen,
Good
Gentleman.
morning, Stowe.
Good
We
morning,
are
good morning.
going to be presenting you with this beautiful market to trade. What do you think?
That's the only response worth a response. It's just a laugh.
Yeah. Today's a little fishy, huh? A little worried about. I'm long.
In
I'm
the
long
biz industry, we call it sus.
yeah, it's a touch sus. I'm long in Q from a good spot. I don't know what the hell ES is doing at the moment, but I'm also long ES too. Yeah, I will share my screen, Austin. Thanks for asking. I would love to show you guys the screen. There you go.
Should I stop sharing mine?
No, that's fine.
No, keep yours going. I think Kane let me in. Yeah, so I got this NQ long from 950. Boy, there sure is a seller up here at 985, huh?
There's
We were trying
also
to
a
be.
buyer at 968
Yes, there is.
or 960s. So we got a seller at 85, a buyer at 60. Who's
Are we
going to win?
stuck here? That's what's going to happen, huh? I'm going to be stuck here.
It's the classic B inside of A.
Be inside of A, go the F away, I think is Leo's saying for that.
Yes. Yes, you fuck off for the day.
That's good. Whoa!
Whoa,
Family
you
show.
said it. Wait, you
Family
said
show,
it.
Gave me
family show.
I was given permission. Kane said I could say it.
Who said it?
I did.
Who gave you permission?
You
Wasn't
did.
me.
Bro, that's like the second time you've sworn. That's it.
Ever.
Ever? No, not ever. Just on NinjaTrader. Trust me, you swear a lot, and you know that.
Permission from who?
How do you feel about the rest of the day?
Wow. That's rich coming from you, Shab.
Morning, Shab. Good morning. Good morning.
I'll let you pick that. I'll let you pick that fight. That's one I can't win. Sorry.
Nope. I also do not fight with Shab. So Leo, you on your own, homie.
Yeah, you're just fighting that one
See,
solo.
she's
brother.
laughing because she knows I'm right. That's why. Doesn't sound the same not coming from a bloke.
Well, I don't know. I started to feel like something was going to happen, and then it didn't happen. So yeah, now I'm just standing here. We'll get the turn in 11. We'll see. I'm going to get out of this. This is kind of a dumb spot. I'll wait for right here.
48.
Yeah. This would be the logical place. There is a ton of passive buying right here on this ledge, but just every time, and ES does this thing to me often where I'll feel like I'm in a good position, and then all of a sudden it goes, "Hey, here's the point of control. Please enjoy." So then I'm like,
it just dumps it on you. Yeah.
yes.
So then
So
you don't. That makes sense.
what's the Dow doing? Oh, I see.
Hey, so just if you missed
my friend.
it, just FY at 3 p.m.
Okay.
There's going to be a big move, and it's on the big move calendar, but it's at
No,
3
well,
p.m.
you've messed that right up. It's a
What?
monster move.
A monster move.
It's a monster move.
Whoa.
It's a monster move.
Leo,
And it
number
happens
one,
at
your
3
accent is
p.m..
getting better, dude. A lot
It
better.
is actually, yeah. It's those Wednesday sessions with me.
It is.
What can I
That's
say?
cheating. That's not fair. I didn't realize that he had
Pretty
his own
sure I'll be a
accent code.
proper Brit. You know?
No, you got a long way to go there, brother. But honorary member, I can pull some strings. I can do that.
Dude, that's big, Leo. That's huge.
But yeah, monster move. At
It's
3
the
p.m.
monster move.
Does
Monster
anybody
move.
know if the monster move is up or down?
No, that's confidential.
All right.
If we knew that, then well,
Actually,
that's confidential.
actually, for the right price, we could let you know.
Okay. How many clams we talking?
At least
500 clams?
at least 5 clams.
No, we
Okay.
only accept subscribers and likes. Sorry, we don't accept money or clams.
All right. I heard we're getting close. That's pretty cool. We're only 4,000 away from the pizza party.
Less than 4,000. Is it a pizza party we're having?
I don't know. That's my guess.
So
Personal
they're going to
opinion.
do us like middle school.
Yep, that's right. Pizza Thursday. Hope you brought your $5.
Can we get deep dish at least, Ninja?
You ever have Pizza Thursday and your parents were like, "You're not getting pizza today," and then you had to sit there and eat your crappy sandwich in front of everybody eating their personal pan pizza? Because that sure happened to me.
That definitely happened to me, for sure.
Wow, it sounds like child punishment. My
Yeah.
parents were a little bit nicer to me.
Yeah, well, if you're watching, Mom, scarred for life. Just throwing that out there.
Amen. And then my mom would be like, "That never happened." She'd gaslight me. She'd be like, "That never happened."
Canceled.
like the AC drama, the AC gate.
AC gate.
Yeah, when she turned down your AC and you were like, "Mom, how did this happen?" Yeah, she's like, "I don't know."
Yes. And then I pulled out the trump card because I locked the AC thing to where it couldn't be changed.
Yeah. That's
My
funny.
wife and I were talking about this last night, Leo. We were like, we were trying to think of an elaborate lie to tell our kid to get her to, I forget what it is, to do something. And I was like, you know what? When she gets into her 20s, she's going to go to therapy and realize that all we did was lie to her, and we're going to have to fight about this. But it's the only way to get you to do anything. And so I'm like, oh no, now I see the other side of the coin completely. This is terrible.
Working through early childhood trauma live on stream. Hey, there's only one way to trade a dead market. It's just to put yourself through therapy.
Yeah. There's no reason
with
not
your
to just
friends.
get
With
in
your
your
friends.
feelings.
Yeah.
Can you long ES whilst being short NQ without getting penalized? Yeah.
Yes, that's allowed. You just cannot long or short the same contract at the same time. Now you could long NQ and short MNQ. Different contract.
Trying to watch it here. This is what I'm looking for.
You looking to buy it?
Yes.
Kane, help me to get a visa to live in London. I actually think London is one of the harder places to get a visa.
48.
Yeah, I think it's hard. The news will tell you
Well,
it's easy. You could just come here and live here, but I actually don't think that's true. I think they're pretty
Dang
hot on it.
how do you move to London
There we go.
Just
as an American? What if I wanted to switch from being American to London Kane?
then you would need to either have someone employ you for a UK visa, or you'd have to marry, or you'd have to marry someone. Like to
I don't
just
want to
get
marry.
it.
I don't want to marry you, but you can employ me.
Okay, there we go.
Nah,
We got in. We'll see. Um,
yeah, no, I don't know about that one.
Kane, did I ever tell you the story about how I went to France jail because I put the wrong stuff on my paperwork to go to London?
You did actually. You told me that
Oh, okay,
this was on the French, the from France, right?
Yeah, the ferry
Yeah.
from Calais. I had to spend
Yeah.
a day in ferry jail.
That almost sounded like fairy jail, as in like jails for fairies.
Nope,
That's kind of what I heard.
it's
Yeah.
boat jail. It's different.
You went to boat jail.
I went to
Okay.
boat jail. Yeah.
Have you ever been to fairy jail?
No, never been to
Oh,
ferry
okay.
jail.
I just wanted to know how they were different, but I guess Bizduck calls it sus. Yeah, we should have brought Bizduck on today. Damn it.
He's here, baby.
Yeah.
He never leaves. Never leaves my side. But yeah,
He's-
this is a good day for Business Duck. I'm sure he's dropping some. Is it gonna bid out of here? This is my problem, Leo.
Listen.
Look at where NQ is and look where ES is. If NQ can get off the mat here, we can go get the overnight high. Come on, baby. What are we doing?
The overnight high. I'm just really sad that my short played pretty perfect this morning.
Did you not take it? I didn't watch the show. What happened?
I was in pre-market and then basically like 9:10 we started running a little bit. I was like, yeah, I don't really like this. So I closed it and then the open dumped. And then we were like, we'll long 900s. Yeah, it looks really nice, blah, blah. We tried it once. I got stop break even. I think Leo took a very small loss. And then it just ran. And then we just sat around like for the entire day.
We've been
We tried
just grinding around the 5-minute mid.
Yeah, we shorted the 5-minute mid, took a premature stop, and then we've done nothing since.
I see. Yeah, ES and NQ are kind of in much different places right now. So I too have had a pretty confusing day. The NQ trade was nice. I caught this continuation, got plenty off. ES, I tried to catch this rebid here at 53. They both had this interesting stuff after the news event, right? They both had their consolidations. ES lost theirs and kept bouncing off of the bottom of it. So did NQ, but then ES got above it and started partying while NQ did not. Now they're both kind of bouncing up against the top of it. They both have left. Well, ES has left all this volume up here, and there was a super jerk seller at 61 and 62. So
No, those buyers are feeling pain right now.
yes. Yeah, and we've got this like the thing that sucks about this gap. There's still a huge gap to fill on ES. Like it's at 65.26. And we had a big opening drive down on both. So I don't know. I've got that thing in the back of my head, Leo, that we figured out about those.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
Oh, secret squirrel stuff?
no, it's not
Okay.
secret. I think
This is what we talked about. I
talked
actually
about
sent
it.
you the graphic.
Oh, okay, that one. That was the one. Yeah, sorry.
Kane's like,
All right,
oh,
I'll
secrets. It's like, no,
Sorry,
I
I'll,
just didn't
I'll
look
stop
at it.
complaining now. Yeah, I just didn't look at it. Unless you feed it to me on a plate, I'm
Oh, good. Here
oblivious.
we go. Stopped on that.
You'll be happy to know that NQ hasn't budged.
Yeah, NQ dropped like 3 points there and then rallied back to where it was.
What in the world?
What in the tarnation? Yeah, boys, I'm gonna go.
Yeah,
Because
same. I was gonna say it's been fun. It's been really fun. It's been
it
not
Has
very
it?
fun.
it was not very fun today. No, it wasn't. Like
It's
chat
been
were
real.
good.
It's been fun. Hasn't
Leo
been
was
really
good.
fun.
The team were good. The market
Not
very
so
not
good.
good. Not good. So
For
good
those
luck, Stowe.
reasons, I'm out.
All
right,
right,
brother.
thanks, buddies.
Have
I
a good one.
appreciate you. I'll try to figure out how to trade a Wednesday.
Yeah. Good
Ciao.
luck.
Ciao. Good luck. Yeah.
Thanks, buddies.
Bye.
Good morning, chat. Good morning. Good morning. I'll get in again. What was that nonsense? Tighten this up. I'll try down here one more time. Yeah, bid definitely started to come in there. Didn't quite get to 45. Is the Dow still throwing itself off a cliff? Yeah, yes it is. Yes it is. Okay, I see. Just trying to see if this is. I mean, there's a ton offered there at 46.50. 1,000 lots. Somebody just did a bunch of weirdness at. So we'll see. But yeah, so this is my struggle. We'll get to it in a second. But we're kind of ES and NQ are doing two different things entirely. I'm just trying to keep an eye on this. But good morning. Good morning, chat. Good morning. Good morning. In a moment, I will look at the chat itself and continue the good mornings. And we'll talk about a lot of awesome stuff today. This is, I think, my first Wednesday midday. So that's fun. Yeah, Philip. Yes. Yes. The Dow is sad. Some days it's Chad Dow. Some days it's sad Dow. But there's, I mean, a bunch of bid absorption there at 65, 46, 50. And then they lift it. So yeah, ton done down there. A ton. I don't know if it's over, but we're gonna take our shot here. In the trend world for ES, this is our rebid spot right here that we want to see hold. We've already taken one shot at it. NQ's at the highs. Like you said, the Dow is, in its feelings today, which is fine. This often happens on news days. It's just like, I don't know, the market interprets the news however it interprets it. I couldn't tell you how that goes. But then you get a rotational day where NQ's up, YM's down, YM's up, NQ's down, something like that. And it just makes ES sit in its feelings all day. Or at least for now. What happened to Apple, Johnny S? Also, good morning. Somebody tell me, what happened to Apple? I heard we're getting new cameras. I'm just kidding. You folks all iPhone folks? I'm an iPhone person myself. Always have been. Never been a Droid. I don't know. NQ is stuck. Infinite bid at 969. It's now turned into the point of control. I'll switch to that chart in a second. ES is just getting dragged right now. What time is it? 10:15. I'm going to stop out of one of this. Let's see. We have 45, 48. Yeah, 3-point stop. We'll see. We'll see if we can get out of this thing. This might need run. It's not looking great. All right. Anyway. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning, Profit Target. Morning, Turbo 6. I might switch back over to NQ. Oh my gosh. Holy smokes. That is the grossest thing of all time. Look at that low. Wow. Disgusting. Oh, I didn't even realize. I had no idea that was there. Yeah, this is terrible. All right, ES about to stop us out here on that one. Okay, there's our puke. Okay, ES is NQ has finally killed those off. Okay. All right, there's an IB break. So we checked that off our list. There's so much room lower on ES is the thing. It's got all the way. I mean, previous week high is at 65.42. Yeah. NQ just chilling at the VWAP though. Make sure I have my lots on here. Okay. All right, we can get back. If we can get back inside of this, I'm gonna add. But if this is defended, it's got to be defended, right? Look at that low. That's the most ridiculous thing I've ever seen. All right. I'm just going to close that. Okay. All right, let's look at what's going on. We got 65.42. Nice point of interest. The offer is so heavy on ES right now. And the other interesting thing, ES has not quite gotten back to its European opening range, its London Open, but NQ has hit it a million times. So now we're getting into it. So, all right, so we got 10 minutes till the close. Got close to 65.42. Man, this would be the meanest false breakout ever. Okay, there it is, 65.42. I'm pressing into it. Let's see. Let's see if we can get some excited bid out of there. A little bit of a taper. Only 2 lots at 41.50. We'll try a quick one. Oh. Hmm? Okay, maybe a little taper there. Okay. I'm used to more of a fast, quick jump reaction. And I don't get that from ES. So I'm still kind of practicing that DOM watching. All right, so we didn't quite get that great of a volume taper on the bid and ask down there. It's not awesome. So I'll need to see. So we're pretty counter trend right now. We didn't get to this news spike. We didn't get to the London OR. So we'll see. All right, so we're watching this tape here. Definitely stacking the bid, but this passive seller has followed this down and is now defending the OR low. Hmm. Yeah. Might wait for that news spike. Still, yeah, really stepped on the offer right away. I'll tighten this really, really close. Just take a two-point stop there. If it's gonna fly out of here, that's fine. But it doesn't look like it's going to. Need to get back above this IB. And this is blue team right now, trying to stay with it and keep pushing. So this is our red team. This is our blue team. All we can do is wait and see what this turkey wants to do. NQ is also at a buyable place right now as far as the day goes. Got 3 minutes till the close. Yeah. NQ's at this interesting spot that was pretty wild this morning. It was the point of control, like almost immediately. Just a bunch of business came in right there at 9:30. Not the time, the price. Eh? I mean, we've tried this. We've tried to beat up against this 43.25, 43.50 guy a couple times. To just keep reloading and coming down. I'm just going to come down to 1. I'll add to this. If I have fished the bottom correctly here, once we get above this, I'll put an anchored view up here, and then we can add back to this. We don't have to catch the knife. But you see how blue team is piling in, trying to defend? This is a passive seller. Just chilling. Not being very fun. Not being very nice. Maybe he was bullied in school. It's also it's in a contract that I signed a very long time ago that I have to buy or sell every 42 that exists. That's just part of, my contract with the universe. So that's the other reason I have to be long right here. All right. Get out of here, blue team. Nobody likes you. I'll flip back. I want to watch this, but I'll flip to NQ right here. So here is what I was watching on NQ, 9:30. This was a pretty chewy spot earlier as well. And then this is a good spot to try this buy down here. But I didn't take it because I'm in this ES long instead. I mean, but we still have a way, like we're still not out of the woods. This might just be a good 5-point trade. And then we're going to have to reevaluate what happens when we get up here. All these lows that we're holding, is this area defended here? Can we get back inside of the 30-second opening range, which is right here at 445, 44.50? All that stuff. I had to make the chat really small for some reason. Oh, that's why. My screens are all messed up. Because I was recording last night, and then I had to... My cat seriously ruined everything. All right. So now we're coming down. Retest blue team. Let's see if we can keep bidding through it. Okay. I wish there was I need to figure out how to sort this. I'm going to get in here too. If that's gonna be a good scalp on NQ, it'll be a good scalp on NQ as well. But we're gonna watch ES because this is more important to me at the moment. Is if this is a true breakout, it's gonna be pretty sick from here. 65.42 was the top of the previous balance area high. Came back, retested it. Let's check back on NQ. Nice. Okay, so we got our core off on NQ. Let's put this back up here. We'll just leave it at the point of control. That's fine. We'll manage it if we can get to it. Okay, so this is ES is kind of turning into a downtrendy situation. So this is why we're watching this spot. We have 1 minute to the London close. All right, so just to recap, we're along ES and NQ right now. We scaled one off of NQ, but I only have one lot on ES because this is it's a pretty knifey spot down here. And if we can't get out, outside of this lower standard deviation band, then this day is going to get to zero fun for me. Dow is still sad. Can anybody tell me? Is the Dow still sad? Also, sorry, I haven't taken any questions yet. I promise, whole half an hour. As soon as I'm out of these dumb trades, I'll get in there and start partying with questions. But 2 trades on at the same time. Gotta watch, gotta monitor, gotta chill. I don't know. Where the hell my NQ one go? Do I have that thing too? I gotta get better at figuring out these. Wait, is it on this page? No, that's ES. Dang it. Okay. All right. So I'm long NQ 936. We came down, put this in here. Now we're running into a blue team situation here. So, yep. See, now we're coming back down. ES could not get out of this band. Might end up scratching both of these, huh? All right, there's the close. NQ is still bid from right here, though. It's that gap, man. I just hate. I hate the gap. It's living rent free right now. Ugh. The Dow must be so sad. That's the only explanation. The Dow must just be so sad right now. NQ's still at 930, just like stuck there now. Equal low here in ES. Yep, got stopped. Maybe that's what we needed. Nice little taper down here. Can you guys see it? If they leave this in the dust, this is good. Have a volume taper and make sure I got my right thing on here. Yes, okay. Brooklyn and Nazareth. Okay. Where Brooklyn? What? It's hip hop day today, folks. We got Black Star Radio going on today. Big Mos Def fan myself. Yeah, no taper. What I was looking for there is quick reclaim of 65.42. Be visionary. And we're not getting it. Maybe now. I mean, I don't see any blue team here showing up. So I'm watching this math to see if this passive seller is still coming down. Ah, okay, cool. Now here's this guy coming to end the party. This happens on ES a lot. Somebody will just drop like 500 lots when it thinks that, I don't know. It personally drives me crazy every time that it hits, because it's like as soon as something starts to reverse, it seems like, oh yeah, I wasn't quite done. Wasn't quite done with my business. So yeah, we'll go up and see. He's at 65, 44.50. If so, this is when I will use resting liquidity as an idea. Um, if it shows up and the market reacts to it, like it's afraid to get up there, doesn't want to go talk to it, that appearance of that resting liquidity results in some sort of change in the market orders, then that interests me. Or maybe we'll just be frozen here forever. That's also a possibility, I guess. Am I still in this NQ trade? Yes. Somehow. All right. It's the BNMC. All right, watch 44.50 here. If we can get up there. Let's see if he fills. Nope, pulled. Okay. So the liquidity that was just at 44.50 just yanked off and moved up to 46. We are back at the OR low now. This isn't spoofing, Golden Rose. That's not what this is. Now there's more at 47. Okay, cool. I mean, we're pretty knifey here too, so I'm gonna take this off at, okay, all right there, I guess. So same theory. I don't want two lots on. As remember, I also have a lot exposed over here on NQ. So I'll get into, all right, now we're looking at 44.75. We're going to see that reaction there again. Or 45.75, excuse me. So ES is it's in a downtrend on the intraday at the moment, as of like 30 minutes ago. This started. So this is really short term, but you can see it's still not happy to get back above these previous lows, which also happens to be this -1 deviation band. Yes, Lito, I do. I use hotkeys. Without those, I would have nothing. Most Def Auditorium, that's right, El Checo. Hell yeah. More Most Def fans, more Hip Hop Wednesday fans in the house. Yeah, dude, if I didn't have hotkeys, I don't know what I would do. I don't know how the hell I would get in and out of anything. Like click with a mouse? That's crazy. I just mark it in, Lito. All right. How you like me now? Blip, blop, blah with the trigger. All right. Let's talk to the chat. Okay. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. Oh, Turbo 6, you're trying that long down there too. Hey, if you hey, nice trade, homie. I was not trying to risk 4 points down there. But in a way I ended up risking after my scale out. I kind of got a free trade. Okay, so that order at 48 got filled. So that's good to know when stuff gets filled versus when it pulls off and moves somewhere else, and how the market responds to that. So like spoofing, we don't know what that is. Spoofing is technically a high frequency trading crime violation, whatever, if the SEC chooses to yell at you about it. It doesn't really there's no way for us to know if it's real spoofing or if someone is moving their stuff around based on something that's happening or based on an execution model. No way to know. Coming up on that. We're coming up on it. XY squiggly line right here too. So this is also good to know. Yeah, we got to let's keep this party going past 48. But anyway, actually, there's a lot. I think there's some good stuff on spoofing in the Flash Boys book, and then there's also the story about the kid who created a high frequency trading thing in algorithm, and then accidentally shut it off and went to go eat dinner, and then caused the stock market crash, and the weirdness around all of that. That's all good stuff that you should look into and know about, just for fun, if you like fun. But anyways, it's really cool to see this actually play out. So we saw that dude show up. Market reacted to it, which is all that we really want. It was afraid of it for a moment. Once it got to it, that guy pulled off, and now market is continuing to go to bid for now. The other interesting thing down here, and we can go back to NQ. This baby is way cleaner. Now this is look at poor ES and poor Leo and Kane had to sit in this. That brings me joy. Wow, they were in that for an hour. That sucks. So yeah, this is a lot cleaner. We came back, checked this guy out. This bid has been rewarded, so we can continue to hold on to this idea. But they're both turning into balance days now. You know, spend some time above, spend some time below. Now we're forming this distribution here on ES and NQs. NQ kind of has like a little double guy because of all of this bid that was going on for 1,000 years. So let's tuck this up here. Yeah, let's tuck that right there. That's fine. And then we will definitely tuck this guy up here. All right, so now we've left this little possibly exhaustion node down here. It's got a little taper. I guess maybe a taper for ES. Can't keep running away. Yeah, we'll see what happens. Okay. Oh, Golden Rose, the green box. Let me go through, answer questions. So if you asked a question 1,000 years ago while I was staring at the DOM, here we go. The green box is the London 30-second opening range. I use that as a Globex pivot, depending on its reaction from it. It's often pretty sick. Like, look at this. I mean, it wasn't the world's most awesome pivot overnight, but it was immediately retested on this news spike, and we bid from there. So this is pretty awesome buying. It's not green on this chart. So NQ and ES had different feelings about its relationship with it over the night. It was actually like they sold right out of it. But then again, we bid out of it kind of. This news spike here, this is a Brent Donnelly thing, by the way. I'm sure somebody else has come up with it, but I read Brent's book, and this is where I stole this idea from. These big news spikes, this is why I have volume candles, is the top and the bottom of those things are often great points of interest for red folder news, especially if there is a large reaction. So just go ahead and note those, and then you'll see that also this is where this dude came in and was piling back in with the bid right here. So all this tells me this news spike buyer right here is still buying right here. This is all passive bid. Tried to sell into it, couldn't get anywhere, couldn't even get like, it just made like an equal low down there and just said, all right, whatever. We go up again. So there's a little thing if you want to make your own levels, you can write those down and then you can call them yours. You'd be like, my level. You don't have to say you stole it from Brent Donnelly. You could say you made it up. Anyway, okay. Yes, Frank, I'm a huge Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy fan. It is the answer to life, the universe, and everything. Spider, I don't believe in a double top. I call those a poor high, and I just have a different term for why I hate them. But but yeah, you're right. Okay, we got up into that, and we sold off of it. We hit the RTH VWAP and sold off of that. So we'll see. I mean, bid still appears to be bid. So I mean, especially on ES, that thing is stacked up quite a bit, and we have these. Yeah, if you got a Dom, pull it up because it's pretty funny. There's just like this pair of 420 lot orders that keep just moving up, which I respect. I respect a good 420 joke. Did I buy 4200 ES? Yes, I did. Fly it here. Yes, I was there. I was there partying when SPY hit 420. Yes. I don't know if I traded futures back then for sure. Hey, Mark DiPaolo. Leo mentioned your charts are in the OFL Discord. Yeah, they should be. If there's can you just shoot me a DM? Just find me if you're in there. Just shoot me a DM and be like, hey, can you send your thing? And then I will happily just send you the Ninja chart. That's easier for you to find. Hey, nice. Build back broker. That sounds good. Passed my second combine today in as many weeks. Good job, brother. Celebrate the wins. Celebrate the wins when you get them. That's important. Jay Hall asks, why don't I watch the Russell? Well, Deli watches it for us. So he tells us when it's going to be bid. And then we all laugh. And then it bids. And then he tells us, I told you so, dummies. You should have bought the Russell like I told you to. So, but I watched 3 things. And by 3, I mean like 2.5, really. I watch NASDAQ and ES, trade both of those. Today, actually, interesting, trading them both at the exact same time. Got to trade on both. So that's fun. Doesn't always set up like that, but that's kind of how I use them in concert, right? So I saw this behavior on NQ. That gave me confidence to get into this a second time after it splashed this little low here. Not quite the world's greatest taper, but it certainly turned around. It turned around from there. And like I said, 65.42, major point of interest for me. Yeah, I mean, close enough. Close enough for horseshoes. So yeah, that's why I got in both of those. The NQ was a lot nicer to me, honestly. But I need to figure out how to get my second position tracker up there so you can see if I ever have. It's kind of rare. I don't know if I'll ever have a position on in both again, but maybe. That's right, Phoenix. Most Def and Talib Kweli, baby. Oh, nice. Cool. Turbo 6 was in that long, too. Yeah. Good spot. Good spot. Nice trade, homie. Took me 2 tries, but we managed risk really well in here. Scaled out a point, stopped, bought, scaled out 2 points. We were very, very tight on those. So I think I think we were scratching those out. That's been my favorite part of ES is I can get like tight on that idea. All right, here's what we're going to do. We're going to get out of NQ. Got 25 points. I'll lock that in. All right, so NQ is closed. As we get up here, I'm going to watch this area again. This is the +1. There's lots of stuff going on that has me not wanting to buy this today, believe it or not, even for me. So this is yet again another crazy gap up that I have to work through. As I do that, I have, stats and, prior performance ideas and things like that that give me some clues. Okay, so first clue, if you have a big gap, do they fill? Sometimes, not all the time. If you have a big gap, one of the key signs that it's going to fill is an opening drive down. Now, look at this. Look at this guy. NQ was like gross. Puke. 70 points. That's a lot. That's a lot for an opening drive. A 5-minute opening range that is 70 points wide. Didn't really pull back at all, even a bit, until we got down here. Pulled back to the +1. Continued lower. Making lower lows. Here's this 3-bar push down here. Might be porch time for somebody right now. I don't know. Anyways, this gap isn't filled. That gap is at 890, right? When we get this big opening drive down towards the gap, like into the gap, the bigger that is and the more aggressive that is, the higher the chances are that that gap is going to fill, right? So first thing, 9:35 in the morning, I've got that in my brain like, oh, great, here comes the gap fill. Let's switch over to yes. Very similar story. Open right here, bang. 10 points, yeah. 10 points opening drive down. Pretty gross. Bounces, but then ES starts to do a different thing. ES pushes back into this overnight consolidation that it made after the news, pre-market. And then it starts to trend for a while. It gets this, this big push, and then it holds a trend, retest, continues to hold a trend until we get into this brick wall dude up here at 65, 62. And this was just, a passive seller that didn't give up. Eventually it got exhausted. We traversed the range and then we started to go down. So this has been a messy day, big time. Several different context shifts. This is one right here. This was a pretty big one. Yeah. So while I'm happy with this entry, I have the high time frame concept idea of retest the top of previous balance, which is 65.42. If we can't get back inside of it, the only choice we have is to go on, price discovery mission upward, my favorite kind. But if we do get back into it, which would fill the gap, then, then we're in false breakout setup mode. And now we're going to start making waves back down in here. On top of everything, the NQ gap almost filled, right? So that's cool. I mean, close enough. I like to give NQ like a little grace. It's not going to tick everything, so just let it be. The ES gap is huge. It's massive. Just because it did that weird rip after hours last night, like between 4 and 5 Eastern time. The ES previous day high is at 65.26.25. So it's down here. Now, some could argue that because this is also where the overnight low is, that this is where this buyer showed up already, and that's why we don't have to fill this gap. That's something to think about. But yeah, so head on a swivel. We got some points. That's all you can really do. What else we got in here, chat? Yeah, Dane, I use RTH for my standard deviation bands. I don't use the 24-hour. Typically. Not loving that. Not loving this RTH open rejection. Tell you what. Tell you that for free. If you ever want to feel 1,000 years old, I have a trick. All you do is watch the VMAs. I don't know why. I came out of my office and my wife was watching the VMAs. I was like, are these the VMAs right now? So we watched them. It was super fun. She was looking for an Ashley Simpson segment because she was big in Ashley Simpson when she was a kid. Who wasn't? But they had Busta Rhymes on there, and it did a sick performance. So that was fun. But then all these other people show up, and you're like, who the hell is this? Who the hell is this? Who the hell is this? You realize how completely out of touch you can become. I know, Jeff. I don't like to just live in my target demographic. I like to explore. I like to find other things to do. Nice job, Kareem. Looks like we all bought 42. Good for us. Yeah, that's a good trade. Happy with that. Frintintin, I barely remember that. Barely. You got that bid coming in here. Let's see if I can put this on. All right. There's that view up from the low. Still well above it. We conquered the XY squiggly line, so that's good. Man, dude, I use 3,000 for ES. I'm actually going to speed that up today. I didn't want to do it before I was on the stream because I didn't want to break the chart. Sometimes I can break a chart with the best of them, frankly. But I think I'm going to go down to 1500. That's my plan. But yeah, that was a fast hour. It was time to go. I'm sure the chat is kindly reminding me. Yes. Yes. Yes, they are. Today I didn't mess it up. Today I did not forget. Well, this is pretty cool. We'll see where we're at the end of the day. I'll be curious. I'm going to watch this for a while still. I think this is a nice range. So I'm going to keep my eye on it and see if we still have lots to do. We can take an overnight low or an overnight high. That hasn't been done yet. So yeah, still lots of stuff to play for. So yeah, I'm going to watch from my couch because that's my favorite thing to do. Just watch my friends stream and then click buttons on my laptop from the couch. So I'm going to be doing that later. This afternoon, we have XY and Nick going to be trading the afternoon with us. Yeah, please like and subscribe. Like we said, we're like 4,000 people away from the big number, 150K. So that'd be awesome. It's free, helps everybody, shows your appreciation for the people that do the actual work around here. Like the people in the chat tell me that it's time to GTFO. So, but yeah, thanks for hanging on a Wednesday. I like Wednesdays, I think. I might keep them. Cool. Thanks, chat. See you in a bit.